ToV subdrive is live! Hi to you, ToV community. We're launching a subscriber drive with Heroscape prize packages. Here's what to do. Subscribe to Tales of Valhalla YouTube and comment subbed on any video or post. That's it. You're entered. Also, spread the word. Now for the prizes. We have 4 tier goal prize packages. Tier 1 at 900 subs, Sentinels of Grax, Mellifera, and 5 Amber Hive squads. Tier 2 at 950 subs, Quohan and Agent Nora. Important to note, these 2 prize packages are for a US address only, but the next 2 are for any country Renegade Game Studios can ship to. For Tier 3 at 1000 subs, any Heroscape item from the Renegade store, excluding master sets and battle boxes. And the final tier, 4 at 1050 subs, another chance for any Heroscape item from Renegade, excluding only the master sets. So for this final prize package, choosing a battle box is allowed. Drawing happens on July 15th, right after ScapeCon. So subscribe right now, drop that comment, and share. Every subscription gets us closer to unlocking these prizes. Thank you for your continued support. Keep on scaping, and you have a purpose in your life. Find it, pursue it, live it, and we'll see all of you next time.
Ancient dust to neon flame, steel and signal, one same name. Kings and rogues, coded minds, pull through space and through all time. They are alive, feel the ground, hear the sound all This was our call, past and future collide. Many worlds might find, far from summoned to this war. Now we stand
Welcome to ToV Live. It is Valhalla time. It is time where, well, we're taking a first look at the lore and units from this new wave of not Age of Annihilation. No. It's Secrets of the Citadel. And in this second wave, eighth wave altogether, basically, of what Renegade has released in the past few years, and Nastra's Nightmare. We've got some units, new units, some classic units, all entirely new lore that we're going to read tonight. So let us get started. Hello, welcome. Happy, is it Wednesday? Yeah. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you all. I am Ryan, aka Tales of Valhalla, the guy who does like a lot of these animations of Heroscape for the past 10 years. And what else do? I talk about Heroscape, I paint Heroscape, I play Heroscape. But yeah, it's I think we see a theme here, quite possibly. What do you say, Daniel? And we have also with us tonight.
Yeah.
On the voice line, Sir Daniel Chance, Battlebrow. Welcome, sir.
Howdy.
Good to have you on board tonight, and we should have Jeremy Unitt, aka the Elysium Cullet, here sometime probably later on in the stream. We'll see if he hops in and he can tell us about some of the stuff he's worked on, because both Daniel and Jeremy have worked on some of the lore for Heroscape in the past, and as well as in the future. So it's always good to have them on board to discuss these things about someone who I'm just, I'm clueless, and this is my first time reading through these, so it's going to be a fun time. But before we get started with that, and guys, first off, okay, so just some housekeeping things. Yes, my air conditioning is on, so you might hear that through the stream, and if you're like, when I post this audio version on Spotify, there might be some audio because of the air conditioning. This is just my circumstances, so I apologize. Hopefully it won't be too drastic for your ears. But that is one thing I just wanted to mention. It might be off and on during this night. And another thing as well, we plan to go through all of these tonight. I don't know how late we're going to be, but we plan to go through, I think we got 10 or 12 units in lore to go through. So this might be an all-nighter or half-a-nighter or whatever type of nighter. And we got Soloscaper in the chat. I'm going to address the chats in a second. Just hold on one moment.
No sleep till Bleakwood.
Yeah, and my brain's already half shut down anyway. So we'll see how this goes. It's going to be fun, but hopefully reading these lore bits will wake me up a little bit. But let's address the chat. So we got in the Twitch chat, we got Warpig there, a happy guy in a hat, and then on YouTube, also Warpig, Face Blue Smiling, and also Warpig, and I think this is Warpig's 20th super chat on YouTube. Thank you so much, Warpig. You're very, very generous, and it's a super sticker, $20. A Shiba dog in samurai armor waving a banner saying number one. Who's number one? He's number one. Let me tell you. The guy's a great painter. I tell you what. Also, Warpig says yo. And we got Soloscaper. And then we got Daniel Chance in the chat too. Who'd have thought? My goodness.
Wild stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Soloscaper also says you're in for a treat. Great bios on all of these. Yeah, I see a wall of text, and like over the weekend, I'm just overwhelmed. Just like I'm not even gonna look because I'm like I'm gonna be reading through them on Wednesday, so I might as well just wait and just be surprised. So that's where we're at right now. So. And then Subdrive, going great, guys. We are like, what, almost at 920 subs, so 30, 40, 50. So we're like 30 subs away from 950, the next tier. We can do it. It keeps on piling. It seems like every day, at least another sub gets in there. So we're still racing. We still got about, I think we got about a month. Actually, what's 17th. Okay, so a little less than a month because it'd be the 15th next month, but technically a month to get this done. I believe we can get this done. So, but thank you so far for everybody who has subscribed or done anything. And another thing too, affiliate links in the description below, and some of you have used them. Thank you so much, because every little bit helps for this channel, so I do appreciate it. Solo Skipper says, make sure you read Dr. Morinstein, or Morinstein, Frankenstein. And if there isn't, now I've only watched this movie I think only once or twice, but you'll be willing to bet that there's going to be some type of Young Frankenstein quips happening very, very soon when we start going through these things. Yeah. Oh yes, absolutely. Again, I'm not as well versed. I do need to watch that movie probably a few dozen more times, but I have watched it. I do appreciate it. So.
The Guillermo del Toro one on Netflix was pretty good too. I did enjoy that one.
Oh yeah, that one that just recently came out. I've heard very good things on it. I've heard very, very good things on it.
It's good. It's definitely an adaptation. It's not always one-to-one faithful, but I think it does a good job of keeping a lot of the themes similar.
Is it keeping with the original novel?
Yeah, kind of. There's like a few key divergences. There's like one or two characters that are pretty drastically different by design. Okay. But it does roughly still follow the same pattern, and it does a better job of having the creature actually be like an intelligent being and not just a angry zombie.
Right. Well, that's reflected in the book too. It's amazing how
that's what he is originally. Like he's his own.
It's not a jump scare horror. It's very psychological. That book. And when I first read it, I'm just like, I can't believe how intense, that this is written. Yet it's not a jump scare. It's style. It's more of just like an ingrained in your head type of
it builds
feeling.
a lot of dread, and also is very philosophical about like the concepts of like life and like why the monster does what he does. I think the movie kind of sanitizes the monster a bit and makes him like a little more sympathetic, just because that's Guillermo del Toro's style. Like he loves monsters as a concept, but it is a good one. I would recommend watching it
for sure,
especially if you like the book and the themes presented in it.
Absolutely. All right, but yes, Soul Escaper, we'll take that advice, and I'll try to remember it. If the chat bumps up and then I miss it, but we'll try.
I think they're set up in order, so it should be fine.
All right, sounds good. Well, how about we get started then? Gonna scroll down here, and somehow I got this website to where I think y'all should be able to see things just fine. I shouldn't have to jump to any other screen. We still have to like backlog and then retrack every time we want to revisit something, but let's just go. All right, Deathwalker 10K. It is over 9,000. It is absolutely over 9,000, and just look at that freaking laser beam.
It's been so long, but we finally have a new Deathwalker.
It's more like a Death Star Walker, It's like that's what the laser beam kind of reminds me of. It's just like,
It's like that. It's like the fusion cannon from Marvel vs. Capcom or whatever. It's kind of reminding me of like the Spartan laser from Halo. There's all sorts of big, giant laser beams.
You just, as Dr. Evil would once say, I want sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads. That's what I want. And I think it would be happy with this, actually. Deathwalker 10K, Nastra's Nightmare, and this is a promo mini, so you buy just one box on Renegade, and boom, there you go. You get it free of charge, people. So Escaper, way to start with the big man stuff. Oh yeah, I love doing the promos first, because if I don't do the promos first, I forget them. So
I keep forgetting they exist, honestly. Like I was posting photos of like all the cards to my locals, and then I think an hour or two later I went, oh wait, I forgot the promos.
Yeah. I gotta concentrate. All right, and then we have there nice big letters, the lore. So let's get into the lore bit of Deathwalker 10K. It says, oh, is that okay? Get Zetacron talking here. All right, I'll read through it once, and then we'll go through it a second time and talk about it. I do not understand their decision towards you, states Zetacron. The massive Solberg's voice echoes from his chest with a synthesized ebb and flow. Fritz! I love how we have Fritz. Shrugs, squinting at the light shining in their large command tent. They had their heads stuck up their conches when I left. Oh, that's cool. I didn't expect anything different coming back. People can change over time, Zetacron says, the small mechanical arms that fold out from his chest crossed in concern. I hope they would. You've been alive for thousands of years, says Fritz, raising a spine brow. Have you changed much? Zetacron is about to reply when a Meridian soldier bursts into the tent, gasping for air. Please come quick, he says. Wait, a Meridian soldier?
Mm-hmm.
A Meridian soldier. Okay. Please come quick, he says. Our representative is out of line. Fritz snatches up RA-1A as he dashes out of the tent, with Zetacron close behind as they step out onto the bright beach of Anund, and then stare up in horror. Their delegate from Leviatak's court, Deathwalker 10,000, is marching slowly down the beach as panicked Gallery point tridents at the gargantuan war machine, and Meridian soldiers crowd around the Deathwalker's feet, screaming for it to stop charging its massive cannon. Wait, Fritz shouts. And then the world is a flood of blinding crimson as a shockwave sends Zetacron reeling and Fritz flying off his feet. Krakum! Everything spins for a few moments until the oxygenator in his suit catches up and Fritz pulls his head up from the ground. A 400-foot line of beach is now charred, the sand turned to blackened glass and littered with the bones, oh my goodness, of Jandar's Meridians and Vidar's Gallery alike. The smoldering helmets of Zetacron's Zetacron's friends, and the shell-shaped armor of Fritz's people lie melted almost beyond recognition. That's pretty graphic. Deathwalker 10K stands alone on the beach, its gigantic cannon steaming. It turns to look slowly at Fritz, staring with red optical lenses. Its voice a darker tide than Zetacron's. Enemies exterminated. Oh boy. So,
well, the story, don't take a guy named Deathwalker as your peace envoy.
Well, first of all, this is why this alliance is never going to work. I'm just saying this right now. Matter of fact, that would have been grounds for like a dismissal of the alliance.
I have a feeling this story beat will continue, because that is a pretty big stepping out of line by one of the House Utgar followers.
Oh, and we've got Soloscaper here saying either y'all okay with Final Fantasy X? Annihilation Beam immediately made me think of Valfor's Overdrive, seemingly weak beam and then explosions. Final Fantasy X. I'm pretty sure I've played that before. I gotta refresh my memory because it's been a while since I've played any game, and I've played a few Final Fantasies, so I just gotta.
Any Final Fantasy references are lost on me. I have not.
Okay, Final Fantasy X. Right. That one is the only Final Fantasy game I played that I didn't complete, because it was long. It's not that it wasn't good. I just don't remember a lot. But I'll take your word for it. So like I'm a huge fan of Final Fantasy. I started with 7 and then 8, and I think I completed. I think it's 12. 12 was pretty fun because it had more political intrigue than a romance love story. So that was a pretty fun one. But that was it. That's the last thing I did. And I know Jeremy plays. I think it's Final Fantasy 14. That's been like online for like forever, and they keep on doing like more updates to the thing and just keep it going. That one I probably need to tackle into sometime if I ever have time. But yes, Final Fantasy X. I know a lot of people love that game. It's very, 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 very nice, intriguing storyline. Okay. But yes, the beam. Oh my goodness. So this is like, I don't know what you should call this. Well, let's just go through it again. Okay, I don't understand their derision towards you, states Zetacron. The massive Solberg's voice echoes from his chest with a so I do not understand their derision towards you.
Talking about the gallery, because this is a direct follow-up from Frizz's bio, I believe, where he was basically going to go. Let me actually double check on that, because I'm trying to remember.
No, even if it's not a direct, it's. I remember that a little bit to where he was part of the gallery, but he left a long time ago, so they don't really recognize him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because the Frizzed bio actually ends saying that he and Zetacron, who are close friends, are leading a small band of Norwegian soldiers to the shore to establish contact with the Gallery Vanguard and try to make an alliance, except Frizzed and his people haven't really agreed for quite some time.
Right.
So presumably this is right after, and the initial debate doesn't go quite so well. So I think 10K takes it into his own hands to neutralize the
I'm going to
hostiles.
solve this problem right now. Here, I'm your best friend.
Yeah, if you're best friends with Zetacron, you should be best friends with Deathwalker too, Frizz. Like, Deathwalker 10,000 is very trustworthy and reliable and has got your back.
Right. That's what I was about to say of myself, yes. Let's see, for squinting, the light shining into the large command tent. So you imagine like they're in a tent and all of a sudden this huge light beam just like it's like Jesus just reappearing, you know, on the earth finally. He's coming back, so it's just a blinding light. And they had their heads stuck up their conches when I left. I didn't expect anything coming back. So yeah, so this is just basically, okay, it's failure. Well, I don't think negotiations are really helped if you just completely eliminate the people that you're negotiating with. You know, I don't know. I think 10K needs to work on his people skills a little bit. Or maybe he's got it right on the mark, you know. People can change over time, Zetacron says. The small mechanic arms that fold out from his chest, crossed in concern. I hope they would. So he's got like, Zetacron's got like 4 arms then, basically? The mechanical arms that do the...
Yeah, I think that was even written in just to explain how he's able to build
for sure.
The like grappling hook or whatever, the grapple arm for Sergeant Drake. They were like, yeah, he's a tinkerer. He makes stuff. His hands are guns.
It makes sense to me. Zetacron is about to reply when a Meridian soldier bursts into a tent. Okay, so we got more confirmation. Meridians. We keep on talking about Meridians.
Jandar Meridians seems very, very heavily hinted, to say the least.
So, yeah, if we keep on talking about it, eventually we're probably going to get it. Because, well, unlike in Classic Escape, to where you do talk about things and sometimes you don't get them, I haven't seen this being the case.
It has definitely been built up and hyped. I think intentionally, because Meridians were from Classic lore and we never got payoff.
Correct. Please come click, he says. Our representative is out of line. the ambassador is
out of line and about to make a line.
Oh, the hidden puns. Fritz snatches up the RA-1A as he dashes out of the tent, with Zetacron close behind as they step out onto the bright beach of Anoon and then stare up in horror. Their delegate from Leviatek's court, Deathwalker. This is bad negotiating decisions. You know, it's like I don't think Deathwalker 10K, much like I wouldn't send Q11 to a negotiating table either, even though he's probably a little bit wiser.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, I think he's definitely like the muscle for this operation, but I also don't get the feeling that he's exactly operating on anyone's orders here. Like
except his own. You know.
He is actively being dissuaded from taking action by his allies, and then incinerates a good chunk of them. Like that is a horrible thing for the strength of the alliance, and Leviatek would not really want her own forces killing Jandar's forces while they try to make this alliance work.
Soulscaper's asking, were the Omnicron allied with the Meridians in Classic lore? Well, when Classic lore is written, I don't think that was fleshed out. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's mentioned in the Tome of Annihilation, at least.
Yeah, it is talked about,
basically, they team up with the Meridians because the Meridians were the organic species that's being hunted down, imprisoned, and or fully genocided by the Zeti Combine, which is Vidar and Utgar Solborgs together. The Omnicrons were just good guy Solborgs, and then at the very least in the Tome of Annihilation, if this wasn't in Classic, it's explained that they support the Meridians and focus on making the assimilation into Solborg existence a like voluntary choice and kind of requiring consent from people instead of the forced conversion that the Zeti Combine favors.
Not much of a choice though, but it's still a choice. Yeah, it's what the world is, at least there. So yeah, so I think more likely, I think it was fleshed out. It was hinted like in classic Scape lore, but I don't think anything was purely fleshed out until they did it for.
It was just mostly established that Meridians were being hunted by Death Reavers and were imprisoned on the planet Moon, or the moon planet Isidora.
So the assumption would be that they would be allied with the Omnicron since they were fighting against them. So
they were being bullied and killed by especially Utgar Solborgs. So I'd have to go back and actually review what any of the Omnicron bios had to say, but it's definitely now in the contemporary lore kind of further fleshed out that the Omnicron Corporation is fighting in part to protect the like the dignity of the choice for the Meridians to not become Solborgs and put themselves in a metal body if they don't want to. Whereas the Zeti Combine and like that whole group is actively trying to do a forced assimilation, kind of like the Borg from like Star Trek and stuff.
Yeah, and Soloscaper says, very cool, I need to get that tome. You know, Soloscaper, again, affiliate link in the description below.
I was about to say.
Click the link there, but no, just the first like 5 pages of the Tome Annihilation is worth the price. Even the Renegade price.
I got my
totally
copy for free, but I definitely would have bought it if I didn't get a free copy, because it's like I've been impressed. The physical quality of it is pretty nice.
Yes.
Like obviously I'm biased because like I wrote a lot of the series, but the actual physical quality of the product is like it's actually it feels a lot like your standard like D&D source book or something like that, to where it's
very well
nicer exterior and the internal paper is of good quality. Like just the physical material alone, I've been very happy with.
Yes, absolutely. So and also you get, not only do you get a physical copy, but you get like a high quality and a lower quality downloadable version from the Renegade store.
Yeah, if you order through Renegade. If you get it through a third party, you won't get the PDF.
Right.
Which, I mean, depending on how much you save, could be worth it. But just be aware of that. Don't buy it third party expecting the PDF, because unfortunately there's no system for the PDFs to be sent to people who buy them like from any additional stores.
Absolutely, but it is well worth it for sure. All right, and then let's see here. Okay, he's marching slowly down the beach as Panic Gallery point tridents at the gargantuan war machine. Apparently no one could get that just one skull through when this was happening. And Meridian soldiers crowd around the Deathwalker's feet. I hope this thing is big. I was like looking up at this thing. I hope it's big. I mean, it's on just a one base.
It's large 7, it says.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. I would expect it to be roughly cane sized, but we will see.
Yeah, I just hope it, like, I want to like pull it out and be like, okay, yeah, this is big.
I like that his feet spill over the side of the base. Like that's a good sign at the very least.
Yeah, and he's got like these little guns jutting out too from its like laser hands.
Yeah, he's got 2 twin cannons off of the hands, and then lasers in the hands, and then the annihilation beam itself in the center.
It's so cool, and then his eye is just this little thing on the top. That's his eye.
Plus, theoretically, I don't know if those are eyes or cannons all around the big cannon, but they're like optical sensors. It looks like
sensors. I think. Yeah,
which are basically eyes for a robot, anyways.
So anyway, Deathwalker decided to bring his own version of the negotiations into this. I'm interjecting this into the script.
Yeah, he calls it aggressive negotiations.
Exactly. There we go. Star Wars. Okay, but just the prequels, not the original game. As Panic Gallery tridents at the gargantuan war machine, emerging soldiers crowd around the Deathwalker's feet, which is not a great idea. You don't go towards the Deathwalker. It's best to run away from the Deathwalker.
I mean, if you're a soldier and you're in combat trying to stop a loose cannon from annihilating people you're trying to broker some deal of treaty with, I mean, yeah, you got to throw yourself in the line of duty, and in this case, get cracoomed.
Be dutied. Screaming for it to stop charging. Screaming for it to stop charging its massive cannon. So I was actually begging to say, wait, stop. We're friends. So they're not even trying to fight him.
They're desperately trying to get him to shut down the Annihilation Beam protocols.
Wait, Fritz shouts, and then the world is a flood of blinding crimson as a shockwave sends Zetacron and Fritz flying off his feet. Again, this is another like scenario or type of thing that would be fairly easy to animate, although I need a lot of gallery, and we haven't got Meridian soldiers yet. But
yeah, you would have to use like the VC figures and just hope they look like whatever official Meridians would look like.
Renegades can send me a bunch of boxes though, and I could get it done. You know, it's like that works too. Crack'em. Okay, I already have the sound effect, so I gotta figure that out. Everything spins for a few moments until the oxygenator in his suit catches up, and Fritz pulls his head up from the ground. A 4-foot line of beach is now charred, the sand turned to blackened glass, littered with the bones of Jandar's Meridians and Vider's gallery alike. The smoldering helmets of Zetacron's friends, and a shell-shaped armor of Fritz's people lie melted almost beyond recognition. Yeah. Deathwalker 10K stands alone on the beach, its gigantic cannon steaming. You think he's compensating for something, I don't know. It turns to look slowly at Fritz, staring at the red optical lenses, its voice a darker tide than Zetacron's. Enemies exterminated. Yeah. It's nice artwork too. So Escapers is very reminiscent of the Iron Giant. Love, love, love. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a great movie, by the way. Oh my goodness. You know, it's like, when it comes to an animated film, I'd say for animated films, that's got to be at very least in my top 5. The Iron Giant. It's got.
I need to get rewatched that one day. It's a classic, but I've not seen it.
It's got a while. It's got a lot of heart. It's like I watched like it wasn't too long ago to where I just watched the ending, like the last 15 minutes of the film, and it just gets you right there, you know.
Oh yeah.
Just oh my goodness. But that's not the feelings we're feeling right now with Deathwalker 10K.
I don't think 10K exactly lives, laughs, and learns here.
No, I don't think he thinks he's Superman at all. I think he thinks he's a super gun. All right, let's look at the card here. Deathwalker 10K, Utgar, Stolborg, Unique Hero, Deathwalker, Merciless, Large 7. It's got the life of 1. Move of 5, range of 7, attack of 4, defense 10, 120 points, which is not too shabby. So range of 7, attack of 4, those are nice stats for him. Move of 5.
That's probably what you'll see him use the most for, is just the fact that he can move 5 and hit someone 7 away with 4 at 120. Like that is solid. He's a Deathwalker, so he's a gamble, and you don't love gambles in competitive stakes. But yeah, this Annihilation Beam is the real question. Is like how useful is that going to be?
I'm sorry, competitively, I would still consider him kind of competitively. I think he's actually bringing something competitively into like Deathwalker type builds.
Oh, yeah. Well, and at the very least, like just having a range of 7 and an attack of 4, even with just 1 life, like that has utility. Like as long as you play him right, you don't have to worry about him dying necessarily. So, but
a defense of 10. What are the odds? Yeah. Okay, I know. Everybody's gonna end up with
the odds are guaranteed whenever you have 1 skull coming
in. But still, defensive 10 because Deathwalker 10K. That's still that. Does anything else in regular Heroscape have a defensive 10? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. Not regular.
I would have to go back and check like basic sides of cards because those can get pretty silly sometimes. But
yeah, we're not talking basic.
Yeah, as far as like printed sides, I think the highest number in a stat like that is, I want to say,
Deathwalker 9,000.
Jotun. Yeah, I mean 9,000, and then Jotun has a really high attack value. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Yeah, he's got 8 attack dice, and then Deathwalker 8K's got 8 defense, and 9K's got 9 defense.
So Escaper's like he's totally competitive. Line 10 with an auto skull is insane. Yeah, no, it is. And Lazeman, hello Lazeman in the chat there says no. Yeah, exactly. It's just so fun, especially in like VC builds, like with Zedding Infantry. I mean, actually, it doesn't really. Zedding Infantry doesn't help with him too much because they kind of got the same thing. But
he's really just there. Primarily to exist on his own. I see plating optimization as a fun little side like power that does retroactively buff the
It helps.
Deathwalkers and the Zedian guards, but it's not like I don't think you need to be taking use of that power to make 10k worth playing. Like he is a standalone figure, especially for contemporary, that just happens to have a fun little synergy with classic figures built in. But the main thing is the power effects himself.
Yeah, and let's look at these powers real quick. Annihilation, because we need Annihilation somewhere. So there is that Annihilation part of Age of Annihilation. We got it in Secrets of the Citadel, basically. There it is. Annihilation Beams, Special Attack. Line 10. So technically, move 5 spaces. If it was a move of 4 spaces, I'd probably actually be a little less enthusiastic. But a move of 5 is just... That's good.
Move a 5 in that he can do the beam after moving is
exactly. So 15, basically a 15 range.
Yeah, he's got a threat range of 15.
Insane. Okay.
But you do have to line it up, which is a lot harder to do than it sounds once you get further down the path.
Depending on the competitive maps, which is why we say, competitive, it's 98.3 chance of rolling at least 1 shield. There you go. We getting the percentages there in the chat from Soloscaper. Line 10.
98.3% chance that you will blank though whenever there's 1 skull, I think, is the standard Deathwalker experience.
Yes. Line 10, attack 1 plus special. After rolling the attack die, if it rolled a skull, add an additional die to the attack. Okay, fair enough. If that die also rolls a skull, add an additional die. Okay, fair enough too. Keep adding dice to the attack until you do not roll a skull. Then add 1, just for good measure. Just for good measure, if you roll 1,000 times and get 1,000 skulls, which is kind of overkill, but this is Deathwalker 10k, okay? Then you just do 1,001. Just for good measure. That's incredible. That's just like, wow. Okay, now, are we going to get that chain? Will that ever happen? I don't think competitively you'll have the time. I think after like 20 or 30, their opponent just likes, okay, why don't I just kill the guys? Because it's, it's over. It's like, I'm taking them off now. You don't have to roll anymore. But at the same time, if we have like a unique insider to where it's like no. I want to be the one that ends up rolling the most skulls. It'll end up being an achievement award. To where it'll be a trophy, and you have to pass the trophy on to whoever gets, notably the most amount of skulls for a Deathwalker 10k. I can see this being a competition in itself, or at least someone should make it be, just have the Deathwalker 10k, basically, trophy for how many skulls rolled, and whoever does, like, it gets passed around, it's like a white elephant thing, it just keeps on getting passed around to whoever rolls it. Of course, it has to be official. You have to make sure that it's recognized by people, and that just keeps on being passed around. Whoever gets the highest amount of rolls, first person to get it maybe is 20, and then someone might say, oh no, I got 50, and that's been confirmed. Okay, 50. No, I got 100. It keeps on getting passed around until eventually you get the 10k, and then I think when you get the 10k rolls, and we're all like 80, 100 years old, then it resets back to 1.
I've got serious questions if that manages to happen though, because you're already at only a 50% chance of even getting a skull on your first roll. 2 skulls is then a 25% chance. 3 being a 12.5% chance. Like it rapidly dwindles the percentage chance that you're going to be able to get multiple in a row. But if it happens, it'll be so much chaos.
And the guy who's going to end up doing it is going to say, "Never tell me the odds."
Exactly.
And there's your original.
It's probably going to be like a
Star
6-year-old
Wars
kid who picked
trilogy.
up Deathwalker, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Plating optimization. So let's look at that. Unique Utkar Stolborg. You control. Ignore all wounds from special powers that are not special attacks. So there's that.
Needed with Sudema having dropped, the way before this and being able to auto wound any figure.
Yep. So that just means auto wounds from different figures then basically just gets nullified.
Yeah. Also,
And that helps.
I guess that would probably then make them immune to counter strike. It would make them immune to engagement strike.
As long as you're not rolling
leaving engagement attacks. Those are not special powers. Those are base rules.
Because you have to roll a die still. So if it's anything to where you have to roll a die for a wound, it still applies. It's those auto wounds that don't.
Well, no, because like engagement strike deals a wound off of a roll.
Okay.
But it would be the power doing the wound, not anything else. So I think that one would be immune.
Okay.
If it's something that like adds a skull to an attack roll, it's not immune to that because then it's not the power that's doing the damage. It's the attack roll. The attack roll just got buffed by the power. But yeah, in the main thing is just in cases like Sudama and other auto wound abilities. That's the main thing that it's really used for.
That we must focus on. And then like the TOs will just have to negotiate when somebody's just like, well, doesn't it do this for this, and then we just go from there.
Yes, Deadeye Dan can indeed kill him, though. Is the Ular rifle for Deadeye Dan size locked, or I can't remember.
Not sure.
I always assume Deadeye Dan is worse than he is. Yeah, small or medium for the Ular enhanced sniper rifle, so he can't. Deadeye Dan can't ping 10k with the rifle, unfortunately.
All you hear is a ping. That's it. You won't be able to take him out that way. Nope. Well, that's cool. Actually, okay. This is going to bring back a painful memory, but this gun also reminds me of like the super laser thing from. Since we mentioned like 2 Star Wars trilogies, might as well mention the third and get it over with. Rip that Band-Aid off. The last is it The Last Jedi, right? To where you remember that super laser that they try and charge into, but then don't.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's Starkiller Base in Episode 7, and then there's the Star Destroyers that had cannon sticks to them in 9. So it actually it looks like a lot of First Order technology from the sequel
spread
trilogy.
Out. And now we don't need to mention it anymore. All right, so there we go. All right, so that's looking at Deathwalker 10k. We could probably go on all night, but I think 30 minutes is enough. And yeah, I'm very super happy with this unit. More than likely, it's probably my favorite out of the bunch.
A fun one, a very Heroscape-y unit that is a fun callback to a lot of like how the classic Deathwalkers played. He's got a crazy ability with, a potential massive payoff if you're lucky, but while doing all that, hiding behind only 1 health is, I think, definitely the quintessential Deathwalker experience.
Absolutely. All right, so now we need to backtrack here. Okay, I think if I scroll back, it's just going to go back to this because, okay, and so let's get right. You can't have too many Star Wars references. No, you cannot. That's why we try to get them all out of the way early. Okay, let's go to the other promo. Samuel Brown, getting him in the physical flesh,
the actual physical releases.
Although what's really
exciting,
what's really cool with Samuel Brown is that for those who actually painted up a 4th Mass, you can use it in contemporary play once this is finally released, and I did that, so I can, even though hopefully someday we'll acquire this version as well, because I like the musket. The musket's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, the sculpt details are just really nice. And I like that he's got a brown coat because a lot of soldiers in the American Revolution, like, they were not really an organized military like a lot of media will depict them. Like, they didn't really have blue coats. They were just farmers with guns.
Yeah, farmer, maybe with guns, and they were mostly just muskets or one-fire muskets. A lot of times they fought with swords or whatever they could have in their hands.
Getting flashbacks to Mel Gibson's The Patriot when he gets like the tomahawk out and just kind of goes to town with it.
Oh my goodness. The man knew how to make a movie, and that was a powerful one. Even though most of it was not entirely true, but
definitely a bit of a
creative liberties,
sensationalized tale that is heavily skewed through an American lens of the events, but it is a good movie as entertainment for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's creative liberties. This is why in films you always say creative liberties, because yes, that's usually how it goes. Anyway, okay, Samuel Brown. Let's take a look and see what creative liberties are in the lore for this guy. How's that for a segue? Samuel Brown grits his teeth and aims his musket. On a good day, he can snap off 5 musket shots a minute. Ooh. But this is not a good day. His hands are chapped from the dry winter air, his shoulder numb from the recoil, and it is so cold that his fingers keep sticking to the ramrod when he reloads. He fires, coughing, as the sooty black powder adds another streak to his grimy face. And still the British keep coming. Samuel can feel exhaustion setting in. He got up before dawn along with the rest of the 4th Massachusetts Regiment and marched for 10 hours to the front lines, carrying all 45 pounds of his kit, musket, knapsack, haversack, tin cup, bowl, spoon, canteen, shot, powder, scabbard, bayonet, and a partridge in a pear tree. But now his shot is almost expanded, his powder nearly spent. Grimly, he fixes his bayonet and reminds himself why he's here. Why he fights. The British occupation of Boston, his city, the red shirts forcibly quartered in his family's inn, that horrible Monday in 1770 when the streets ran red with his countrymen's blood. Come on, boys, he shouts. Let's give these lobsterbacks something to write home about. He's up and over the barricades before the words leave his lips, rushing headlong for the British line. He barely registers the musket ball that hits him in the arm before he's among them, stabbing with his bayonet and clubbing with his musket butt. As he brings his gun down on another red shirt, he locks eyes on a British officer, and the pistol in his hand. Its flash is blinding. Gingerly, Samuel opens his eyes. The snowy field of battle has been replaced by a strange stone chamber, lit by an otherworldly light. If I'm dead, he thinks, this is nothing like any afterlife I've ever heard of. Besides, my arm really hurts. Greetings, my brave friend, booms a voice from behind him. He turns to see a giant of a man with angelic wings spouting from his back and a majestic golden helm. The figure extends a hand. Welcome to Valhalla. Absolutely. Soul Escapers, this is such a classic Heroscape bio. I like it how we're going back to the beginning.
For such a classic storied character for Heroscape, you know, for those who don't already know, as I'm sure, you know, we've said several times in other things, but Samuel Brown was a official figure that never got a physical release back in Classic. He was a canceled Gen Con promo that was going to be made at some point.
Correct.
And then the game got canceled, so the developers managed to get Hasbro to consent to have the card released online. And this is the first time he's getting a physical release. So it is nice having a very classic Heroscape bio for a very classic Heroscape figure.
Yeah, correct. And I just like how, like, for me as an American citizen, and understanding the history of things, there really isn't too much creative liberties here. This describes, you know, a lot of what these men went through during this time, to where this was the birth of a new nation, 250 years ago to be exact. So that's an incredible thing.
It's also very just kind of directly referencing to like the Boston Massacre in this case, and kind of like the forced occupation. And I think there is definitely something poetic about a person fighting in the cold against like occupation and murder. It's a very, very American thing that I'm glad to see kind of commemorated here.
Yeah. And we got Billy Rager in the chat saying hello everyone, and Bill Flint in the chat as well saying I like that he being released during the US 250th anniversary as an American patriot. Absolutely. Yeah, and this is a very well written thing. that he's just in, as in most classic Heroscape lore, you have a lot of your characters, especially your like Earth type characters, are in some type of conflict, about to die, wounded or about to die, and then boom, transferred to Valhalla. And so this reminds me a lot of like Sergeant Drake Alexander. It's
a very classic illustration of a historical event happening, and then boom, hello, I'm Jandar. You're fighting for me now.
Well, at least he's a bit more welcoming than that. Just he wasn't ordering him around, because then he'd think, oh great, another tyrant, this time just with angel wings. So yeah, I think Jandar handled that a little bit better. But yeah, now what's really cool is that now we don't get a name, but it's cool that he kind of like goes toe to toe with a British officer. Okay.
Yeah, it reminds me of what's the actor's name? Again, going back to the Patriot. It's Jason Isaacs' character.
Yeah, he did a good job.
He's the officer, and he shoots like one of the kids, like in the earlier part. He's like, "Stupid boy," like that. It reminds me of him for sure. Colonel William Tavin, and it doesn't have the full name here because it cuts off. But yeah, no, the Colonel from the Patriot is definitely kind of what I'm seeing there as he shoots Sam Brown here. And
so it would be cool to get like a British officer though in Valhalla too, because I mean we have 4th Mass, so Samuel Brown for 4th Mass. We also got the 10th Regiment of Foot. It'd be great to get a captain. We have a VC captain. We have a VC captain.
Simon Fraser and Patrick Ferguson are the VC Redcoat heroes.
Right.
I would definitely love to see a Redcoat hero in contemporary. Patrick Ferguson, the sniper in VC, he's one of my favorites just because he's a very very thematic kit, and I definitely want to try running him as a deputized lawman at some point.
Oh yeah, oh my goodness, absolutely. And Bill Flint does say there was a captain called Samuel Brown during the war. That makes sense. It says Captain Samuel Brown was one of many American patriots who answered the call and sacrificed all they had to the revolutionary cause. Yep. It did take a lot of sacrifice. It was a lot of young men sacrificing a lot for an idea, basically. An experiment. That's all this country is a great experiment. Still going 250 years later. Right or wrong. Still is. So salute them. It's great that we can honor that name in some way, and provide a figure for that and a memory. So it's really good. And then,
he also just plays well.
Yeah, he also just plays well.
He is a classic figure that's been used and enjoyed by the community for years, and then kind of in the contemporary meta, he's got some fun tricks as well.
And is this one? No, I don't know because I don't know the box. Will we get like a Renegade card version as well as an original card version?
I think it's just the Renegade. It's just a Renegade. Okay. There's no other card bundled with it, and he's not like a remastered card either because he technically never was like released in a product. True. It was just the card got posted online.
That's no worries then. But still, let's go through the stats on him. So Jandar Samuel Brown, human, unique hero, patriot, valiant, medium 5, life of 4, move of 5, range of 7, attack of 3, defense of 3, 60 points. All in all, really good stats for a 60 point.
Yeah, like that. He's definitely kind of, I think, competing with like Tuck Harrigan, and then we'll get into the Morinsteins and Zetacron soon. But like 60-point filler is getting a lot of love. That 60-point range here in Nastra's Nightmare.
Absolutely. And the special ability, Fire and Rush Special Attack. Range 5, attack 3 plus special. Fire and Rush Special Attack can only be used instead of moving and attacking normally, and only if Samuel Brown is unengaged. Once per turn, after attacking with Fire and Rush Special Attack, if the defending figure took 1 or more wounds, you may move Samuel up to 5 spaces After moving, Samuel may attack a figure he is engaged with, rolling 1 additional die. So it's basically like a little less range, but
it's a range 5 attack that if you pop a wound off, you can run in and then hit for 4. It reminds me kind of like Knight Irene, where she had like the double attack of 3 and then 4 on the same target. But it's definitely better because, or it's better in as much as that it's a ranged attack that then is followed up by the 4 attack on any target. But the drawback is you have to get a wound in with that first attack. So it definitely isn't a strict upgrade from Irene, but it is a good power with, I think, a bit better utility. And at 60 points is just a much more palatable point cost to invest for that.
Right. And my son, when I was like skirmishing with him like about a month ago, and he had 4th Mass, he had Samuel Brown. He used this on me. At least once, and he got the first shot off. He got a wound. I don't remember if he.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, I don't remember if he got the second, but he was able. He had the ability to charge up and attack like a second mini. And I had I had stingers, and he cleared me out pretty good. I mean, I eventually was able to kill Samuel Brown, so. I definitely, if I was playing him, I probably would have been a little bit wiser in playing him. But hey, I mean, my son's just like, I want to do it. I'm like, okay, you do what you want to do.
I mean, he's got a fun power, and I'm definitely excited for under 50 points running him with the Gnarlfur Raiders. Like, you have 3 melee figures, and you've got a ranged guy in the back line who's got, 7 range. That outranges a lot of stuff in Contemporary. Like, that's only equal to Great Bows and outranged by Savaris and I guess Zetacron, I think, are like the only 2 that can really outrange that, and 10K's beam.
It'd be fairly easy to get him on height as well, just start taking
attacks of 4 down.
Yeah, no, it would be. So it's a solid card. I'm sure it'll be used for builds because it's just 60 points. It's a pretty good hero. What was the original point cost for him?
It was 60 as well. His 60, card did not change at all. I would. The Fire and Rush special attack may have had slight wording things just to be, conforming with modern wording practices, but physically, gameplay wise, the card is exactly the same, in how the mechanics it works.
Very nice.
Bill is asking, the second attack from Fire and Rush is still part of the special attack.
Is Samuel Brown's second attack a normal or special attack? Yeah, that would be part of the special attack.
It'd be a special. Yeah, because it's still in the special attack, or else it would say you would may make an additional, or you may make a normal attack rolling 1 additional die.
Right. Because a normal attack would be a range of 7. So if you used all that range of 7,
adjacency clause.
Yeah, then you would then that wouldn't work. That would just be a normal attack. And he would have to be unengaged too, starting out. As long as the figure's five paces away, then that's something you could definitely do. We have a revolution of bills there in the chat. So no
height advantage.
Yeah, no height advantage for it. Yeah, so that's one fun thing too. So you gain a little bit of height. You can have attack of 4 with range of 7. That isn't too shabby either.
Yeah.
With stuff. So
I think he's going to be a very, very solid. Maybe not meta defining, but he's going to have his place in builds, especially if you're running Gnarlfurs and you want a range component. He's going to be good.
Yeah. I think
just
so.
At 60 points, very easy to add into any drafted armies or to splash into an army when you've got points remaining. Yeah, he's just solid.
Absolutely. So that's taking a look at Samuel Brown. Salute you, sir. And it's great to bring this classic, not classic miniature just back.
This classic, but not released figure.
We haven't talked. We haven't talked about it, but we really still need the Machine Gun Penguin sometime down the line. We need it.
Yeah, and the Mammoth Grut.
There you go. So, this is just the first in the line of that. So, there's more coming, guys. I'm sure there's more coming. But that is Samuel Brown. So let's go take a look at something else. And now for something completely different. If you don't know what that phrase is coming from, you need to watch more Monty Python. That's what I'm saying. All right. So now let's go to the main
Morinstein
line.
time.
Yeah, Morinstein. Here we go. Dr. Torvik Morinstein. Let's see. So that's the first in line. So we have a few of these, and then hopefully Jeremy will show up before. I'm sure he will before we get to those.
Yeah,
we're going to
he got to write the student's bio, so we definitely want him to be present for that if possible. To be here.
But let's get into this. Okay, and I called it when I first looked at these miniatures. I'm just like, this has got to be some type of Frankenstein derivative.
Oh yeah, I mean there's stitches on the monster, and he's got lightning magic and all that.
Yeah, it made sense to me. But this is like elf type Frankenstein, so this is very, very intriguing, and both are kind of kooky because the shoe is off one foot, for sure. So it's like, find some shoes.
He's too preoccupied with science to care about
apparently
footings.
Although not preoccupied enough to where he still's got one. The shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah.
So just saying. Soul Scapers. Yeah, bring on the more stuff. Okay, let's read through this bio. Torvik, Bilfant, Torvik, Tuvik, Victor. There you go. Yep, it's just another way of saying Victor.
Classic Heroscape anagram.
Anagram for you, people. It's alive! Dr. Torvik howls at the top of his lungs as lightning careens between the towering pylons on both sides of the ancient room. Once used by the Ilar to power the citadel with Valhalla's titanic storms, yes, but now they have been claimed for a greater purpose, the creation of life itself. To raise a horde of mindless corpses, as his father did? Bah! Child's play. That doddering old fool with his shamanic arts and his cape of feathers. He believed Torvik's obsession with science was foolish, but science is the way forward. Always the way forward. The creature stirring from its Promethean slumber upon the great stone table is not a simple skeleton like the Essenwine's crude marionettes. Neither is it like the many undead horrors that Cyprian forced him to raise after the fall of the Nine and the beginning of the 10th Age, the Dark Age, the Age of the Dead. No, his masterwork is alive. Not a rotten cadaver given a semblance of motion, but a scientific marvel with all the thoughts and faculties of a man. You see this Cyprian, Torvik screams. The lightning leaps from his staff as he calls into the boundless dark of Citadel's upper ceiling. I am a god, and you are nothing. Bill Flint, why is Citadel capitalized? It's a good question. Oh, if only Cyprian were here to see it, or Ugliness, or Charteris, or any of the others. How they mocked his craft the day they found that he had been collecting the remains of their foes for his experiments. How they reviled him as they robbed him of his crimson sigil. So here we go. And cast him out from the Nine. But they will see now. He returns to the golden-skinned creature that lies chained to the table, breathing its first breaths. What? It says. It speaks. It thinks. Is my name. You, Torvik says, smiling, as if to his own son, are my masterpiece. And Daniel's saying there, the Citadel is the name of the underground city fortress in Valhalla. So guys, we're talking about exploring a city underground in Valhalla. So Secrets of the Citadel, this isn't just like a little thing. This is an expansive thing. It's capitalized because it is a proper noun in this case. Absolutely, yes. So this is fun. So this gives me, again, if you haven't read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, please do. it's really good.
It's definitely an iconic piece of science fiction and horror literature.
It is.
Very philosophical by nature. It's a great novel. Would recommend.
Absolutely, it is. It is an absolutely amazing read. You got to read it at least once. But for this, it's interesting. Okay, so let me just kind of go through it again. It's alive. Dr. Torvik howls at the top of his lungs. Lightning careens. I love these classic, more like monster Frankenstein movie type vibes, more than
like
the book.
The iconography and then the imagery of the mad scientist of the lightning bolts.
It's fine. It's fun. Again, this isn't as fun as I'd say like the Sylvaris and Agent Carskip, but it's still it has a semblance of callback fun.
Yeah, I really enjoy just how in a positive way, like derivative it is of like the original kind of like the pop culture mythos of Frankenstein. Like, you know, it has a lot of ties to the novels, but it also has ties to like the campy like Hammer horror films and stuff from the 30s. Like it is very much a homage figure, like classic Heroscape had homages to Lord of the Rings and the Matrix and stuff like that. Like this is a very Heroscape homage to the Frankenstein mythos, and I love how the box art too is like in black and white to sell like the campy horror movie vibe.
That is really nice. And then it's just like everything in caps, you know, life itself. It's like it's supposed to mean drama, you know. Razor, and I like how we get like just information from different aspects. Like there really is quite an intricate storyline when it comes to this is Phelan, right? This is everybody just on Phelan, basically within these ages.
No, he's from Phelan, and you know it mentions that he was part of the Nine before he was outcast, and then it mentions that he actually outlived the Nine though.
Well, he wasn't taken to Valhalla at that time because the Nine.
Yeah, he did not get killed by the wolves of Badgeru.
He probably wasn't there.
Kosumet minions.
I imagine he probably was he cast out before that happened then?
Yeah, I mean most likely, but it does seem that his powers were not unnoticed as Cyprian press ganged him into creating undead hordes.
Yeah,
if I read that correctly.
And my question too with Cyprian. Now Cyprian is a vampire, but was he part of the Nine? Because that's how I read. Because he's like talking Cyprian as like he's part of the Nine, which would be interesting twist. But
I think it's just that he's you know, feeling vindicated for the menial labor that Cyprian kind of enslaved him into doing and raising.
But you know, it's obviously he was involved, you know, with everything on that planet during that time, for sure.
Yeah, Torvik is not a good guy, but he does not like Cyprian either. And the work he did for Cyprian was basically that of the mad scientist forced to work for the evil overlord.
Right. Well, what can you do against a vampire? It's like, cause
better to raise the dead than to become one.
Yeah, or getting your blood taken from you. I think Cyprian probably has a taste for elf type blood, probably. So I think Cyprian. I don't know what his backstory is, or I don't remember his backstory before he became a vampire. But I think he's always been a vampire, probably as long as he could remember. And I think he became a vampire for his own, and he is not a good person. He is not a good being.
Oh, he's definitely like the definitive, I think, bad guy or like evil summoned figure from Classic. Like he was close to Utgar in levels of like hyped up in the lore as the baddest guy.
Yeah, hence why he seems to be kind of sort of dead at the moment, which is really cool. We really like if we get Cyprian back, please a better sculpt. I'm just saying, you know, a much more awesome sculpt, maybe even a bigger.
I like the old sculpt though. It's so bigger like sculpt. Corny in a good way. It's got like the 1992 Bram Stoker's Dracula by Francis Ford Coppola. Like it's got that red armor, and I do love the old sculpt.
Oh yeah, no, it's nice, but an updated one would be fine as well. And Let's see here, Bill Flint, chilling touch could have been his wizard power, but it speaks true to what a vampire is too. Though you don't get near a vampire, because it will basically chill the life from you. So that's always cool when it comes to Cyprian, when it comes to that. But anyway, so for this character, it's just really cool how this all pools together, that he was one of the 9, so we do finally get to see another one of the 9. I'm really hoping that Secrets of the Citadel explores more of the 9, and we get to finally identify who's what for that, and get like a lot more of the story, if not like the whole story from that. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, because this directly talks about things getting really bad after the 9 are all defeated too. Like it's not, they got summoned, but then new heroes arose. Like, it's the 9 disappeared, and then it was just kind of over.
Chaos.
So I'm curious to see kind of what we get to learn about future Phelan, and then obviously as a huge elf wizard enjoyer, I'm hoping we see more of them, and I'm glad we get Torvik here as a 40-point filler with some spicy tech to throw into the builds.
Mm-hmm. And that, I mean, all these Phelan elves, even like on others, on like Sylvaris and others, have their connection, to this world as well. It's very just different times, different places, but same world. Very, very, very nice.
Even Eel and Fafuo, because well, specifically Eel, it mentions being in one of the later ages. Actually, I got to go back and double check which age it was that he's part of, because I think he's even further along.
Right.
Because it mentions, oh gosh, where did it go? It mentions traps from the 9th age. So wherever Eel comes from, and the goblins he was with, is sometime after the 9th age. So presumably sometime kind of around here where Cyprian is. Now, going into the 10th age. Now
it's interesting, it's not really mentioned in the lore piece for this particular read, that he's actually under Vidar's line, which is interesting.
Vidar loves unethical scientists.
Technology for sure. Yeah. Bill Flint, I wonder if they're going to create a whole new map of Murkheim. I hope so. That's one thing actually I've certainly have asked for in the past week. We need a world map, but we also need the underground mapping system.
Yeah, we need it when you're in Elden Ring and you open the world map, and then you can hit the button that sees all the cave networks and stuff. Because discovering all that was so much fun. My first run through is what do you mean there's an entire underworld too?
Exactly. It's don't leave much for the imagination. Let's see it. All right, let's look at this card. So Vidar, Dr. Torvik Morinstein. It's elf, unique hero, scientist, and wizard. So we have a dual class there, but I don't think we have too much of those. So that's good.
Yeah, we had a good smattering of them in the first set of Citadel stuff, but he is definitely the main one. I think he might be the only one for this.
I think
wave
so.
Of figures that's a multi-class.
Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure.
And it's a very thematic one because he's blending science and magic.
Right.
And it's the same multi-class that Dernipia has. So scientist wizard is definitely its own created kind of web right there, bridging science and magic.
And we got obsessed, medium 5, and life of 4, move of 5, range of 4, attack of 2, defense of 3, 40 points. Now for 40 points, the stats aren't terrible.
They're very average, for sure.
Let's see, we got Grave Robber. After an enemy figure is destroyed within 5 clear sight spaces of Dr. Torvik Morinstein or other friendly scientist or another friendly scientist or wizard, you may place a Chartreuse parts marker onto this army card to a maximum of 3.
Good old Chartreuse.
What does that mean?
It is Chartreuse is a beautiful color. If you just want to Google it, so everyone on watching the stream can see it. Chartreuse is its own color, and I believe these markers are supposedly glow in the dark too. It sounded like.
Oh, nice.
The team was saying, but yeah, Chartreuse. I believe it's French in origin.
It's French. It's French. Can't you tell by my outrageous accent? Here, hold on. I gotta see this real quick. Okay, I know that this is no justice for anybody who's listening on Spotify, so I apologize.
Yeah, do your best to describe the beautiful color you witness for any of our audio listeners.
You gotta. But luckily, everybody can look at Google. Oh, okay, I can see how that's like a Frankenstein type color. Here, hold on a second. Let me just bring this up. All right, so there kind of looks like that. I don't know if anybody can see that.
How would you describe that color?
Like a Frankenstein type color. It's like a greenish yellow, basically, kinda. So, yeah, that's
yeah, the very bright green orange.
Bright yellow green.
It's usually
color,
even a bit more. I'd say a bit more vivid even than some of those images, because that also seems to be taking from like the herbal liquor that the color's name comes from.
Yeah.
But yeah, as a color, it's very much like that neon green yellow that you saw all over in the 80s and 90s.
For sure. And Warpig, I don't know if you're out there, but I do have a bot on Twitch, which I can get to sometime, but not right now. But confirm with me if you go. Anyway, all right. So we got Grave Robber, and then It's Alive. Once per game, at the end of Dr. Torvik Morinstein's turn, if Morinstein's masterpiece is in your army, and there are 3 parts markers on his army card, you may remove them to place your Morinstein's masterpiece onto the battlefield adjacent to Dr. Morinstein. And then he also has a special attack, Channel Lightning special attack. And I think this is like a small derivative from VC Dragon. Range 4 plus special, attack 2. Choose a figure to attack. You may also choose a second figure within 3 clear sight spaces of the targeted figure, and a third figure within 2 clear sight spaces of the second figure to be affected by Channel Lightning special attack. Roll attack dice once for all figures. Each figure rolls defense dice separately. So it's a mini version of what Quohan does.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of the blue Wyrmlings as well from D&D. So like there is actual like classic Heroscape precedents for lightning chaining like that, but also a lot of games that do a lightning attack do have it chain from target to target like that. So it's a very archetypical lightning attack, but at only 2. It's just really more to clean up small mobs and not any of the big heavy targets.
Yeah.
It is good crowd control though, and it can kill multiple people, which would then, if he gets 3 kills on figures within 5 spaces, then he fully gets his part markers there.
Right. And he really needs it. He needs to kind of be dangerous, because I mean, defense of 3, potentially 4 if you're on height, possibly is still kind of squishy, especially with 4 life.
He's not exactly the sturdiest god, as he calls himself there. He is still just a nerd with a staff who will die if he gets hit. And I think that's part of the gambit, is like trying to keep him alive and keep him witnessing enough death to build his masterpiece, which we'll get into. But I do really like that you can have other scientists and wizards help him in his maybe unethical academic pursuits, because that does allow you to keep him in the back line to guarantee he's more likely to be able to actually get the masterpiece out.
Well, like other LR elves, they not exactly work well on their own. You definitely need a group of them to maintain, especially at 40 points. This is more of like almost a filler, especially
he'll be a great filler for like the elf elf builds, because at 40
or scientist or wizard build too.
Yeah, but like in the classic elf pod, because he is an elf wizard, and that's if we're talking about all these things that we like from classic, like the elf wizards do, I think, have some use with him as a 40 point. Now when we get into the masterpiece, it gets a little janky, and I think it's fitting that he doesn't work as well with the wizard pods as he could, because he's an outcast. But he does provide them a 40 point guy who can hit 3 different figures. And then for like the scientist webs that we see building with like Gimbal and Indernipia and the Eisen Expedition, he definitely adds a good element to that, because he can let the others scout out for him, and he can see death from Corvin as well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, it's an intriguing mini. It definitely gives a call back on the Frankenstein and all the levels of Frankenstein, Young Frankenstein, classic Frankenstein, to the original novel. And it gives its own Valhalla twist on it, which it's really fun. So I consider this more thematic than competitive. But still, it's got a place. It's got a place.
Yeah. Once we get to the masterpiece, I do think he does have a place competitively, but it's very much for his masterpiece. And,
right.
Like, you can't have the masterpiece without him, as we'll get into in a moment.
Yeah, we'll get into that. But in the meantime, that's taking a look at the Dr. Morinstein. Again, yeah, the shoe's on the other foot with him, but you know, he's a genius. That doesn't mean he's well dressed. You know, sometimes you have to sacrifice well dressed for being genius. I'm just saying. All right, and I just love the lightning staff too. That's so cool. And who are the Erelar? Okay, let's say that real quick. Okay, that's actually one thing that I wanted to bring up as well.
Good question.
We don't know. It's a good question for another time, apparently.
They are mentioned in the lore book in the timeline area briefly as the people who created the Wellsprings.
Oh, that's right.
That's about all that's known.
Yep. Okay, so there you go. That power the Citadel with Valhalla's titanic storms. Yep. This is history. This is history that we'll end up finding out in the future.
Ruins.
For sure. All right. So anyway, Dr. Torvik.
They are secrets of the Citadel.
Exactly. You have to find out. All right. Let's go back here. I just want to look at the chat real quick. We got Comic Relief Crusader. They're saying, sup, dudes. Sup, Mike. How you doing? Good to see you. And Bill Flint is also saying, would Corvin the Rotbeak work with the Grave Robber essay?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. So, yeah.
Very much so. Corvin is a great ad for Torvik. You know, Torvik comes right after Corvin releases, and they're both part of the same alliance too. So I think that's very much an intentional design connection you'll see there. So if you're running Sudema with Corvin and Torvik, and then the masterpiece, so we'll get to in a second, who's also going to work with Sudema builds, like there's some good synergy. We don't have the full roster of the Umbral Covenant just yet because they only get their battle box, and their unique expansions did not make it in this first wave like the Combine and Alliance did. But there is still some good setup there just for that faction alone, with Torvik being combined with the battle box. For sure. And here, I wanted to. There was a I did want to also Comic Relief Crusader. I know you mentioned something. I think that's your dad or your dad-in-law not doing too well. Just prayers reach out to your family, and I hope everybody is just hunkering good and just keeping just keeping up as much as possible. But our thoughts and prayers are with you, sir. So just wanted to give that quick shout out. Hang in there, because that is always tough, and
yeah.
Community's with you if you ever need us.
Absolutely. Bill Flint says, have to keep on watching Tales of Valhalla to learn more about Heroscape. Exactly. You must stay on. No. Okay. Morinstein's masterpiece. They
kept up with the monthly scenarios and the lore book. Shameless plug, lore book. Buy it with Ryan's affiliate link or from whatever store you can find. But
exactly.
Yeah, I'm excited that the story gets to keep progressing.
Imagination abounds. Yeah, you're welcome, Comic Relief. You're welcome, Mike. You just keep on hanging in there, sir. And I know I have channels for you, so just let us, let the other community and this community know what's going on in the future for sure. All right, Morinstein's masterpiece. There he is. Actually, a little bit slimmer of a Frankenstein monster. Of course, it's an elf Frankenstein monster. So there you go. Like the trench coat. And then again, the shoe is on the other foot there. So I happen to think that they got into a fight with each other, and he took one of his boots, you know, because he's like, I need a shoe.
It's like a bad divorce where the masterpiece got the shoe, one of the shoes in the split custody.
We're fighting over the shoes. There we go. Morinstein's masterpiece. It's alive! We're just continuing. These are the first words that I ever hear. Okay, we're getting first person perspective here. I ponder the notion of language crawling through my mind. I feel like this is what he sounds like. Words are soft until they harden into thought, meaning memory. What is alive? What do I remember? Where do I begin? I'm bombarded with sensations. Actually, this reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when the whale all of a sudden comes into existence. If you haven't seen the movie, check it out. I'm bombarded with sensations. Great turbulence lies in the darkness ahead of me. I flinch, and as I do, reflexively open my eyes. I did not know I could do that. A new world is open to me, of sight as well as sound. Burning blue light leaps overhead, and the source of it is an elf screaming to the heavens. He is the first person that I have ever met, and he is as beautiful to me as he is terrifying. I feel a deep desire to speak with him, to know him better. I reach out with my hand towards him. But I cannot. I'm confused by this, and I turn my eyes down to understand my inability to reach for my fellow elf. This other creature whose existence is parallel with my own. I find that I'm restrained. My hands are bound by large metal clamps to my sides. My bare feet are beneath a bolted bar. I know immediately who has done this to me. We are not equals then. I am his prisoner. I turn my eyes again to the elf and find that he is close to me now. I study the lines of his face, the searing intensity. Interesting wordplay, of his gaze as it is fixed upon me, the lightning gleaming in his teeth as he bares them. What is my name, I ask. You are my masterpiece, he says. I wrench my hand free of its manacle, twisting the metal apart, and I see only darkness, hear only blood rushing in my ears as I reach for my creator, not to embrace him, but to wrap my hand around his throat and squeeze. Nice.
Very, very true to the Frankenstein source material if you read the novel, because he is intelligent. He is a being that has been thrust into life with the full faculties of a grown adult, and also he is violent.
Gotta mention the violent. Oh yeah, Billy, are you talking like the tunes from? Yeah, I was walking I was walking in the something late one night, and my eyes beheld an awful sight. Yeah. It was almost that type of tone. Yeah. I'm not gonna start singing that song though. I'm gonna get into that. And we have another super chat there from Stelloscaper. $5. Love Morinstein. Anyway, my bedtime. Good night, friends. Well, thank you so much, Stelloscaper, for that super chat. Very, very much. Thank you. And good night to you. Just, catch us on the replay, because this will be an all-nighter, guys. We're not stopping until we get through all of it. So
No sleep till Blakewood.
Yes, and well, if my brain gives out beforehand, well, I'll just keep on going. The mouth might run, the brain might not, but I'll be like this particular fiend. Oh yeah, okay. Let's actually go through the lore. See, brain's already skipping. So let's talk about this a little bit. I mean, I think this might be one of the shortest bits of lore from what we read tonight. It's
an internal monologue.
Yeah, it's a monologue. It's again, it goes back to those tropes. Now, this, I think it actually kind of steers from the Mary Shelley Frankenstein, novel. A little bit, because I think that monster from the book was a little bit more, I don't know if I call it poetic, but a little bit more detailed.
He grows, because he starts out, a little more animalistic in as much as he doesn't know language yet.
Right.
Like this definitely has to accelerate through the story, because this is, a bio and not a novel.
Right.
But even though he's not as poetic with it, because I believe the creature in the novels studies he reads Milton and the Bible and like all sorts of works of human literature that teach him like kind of emotion and language and stuff. In this case, he's just kind of got that baked in. But even though we're skipping through a lot of the learning portion of it, like he is still intelligent and philosophical. Like he is actively understanding and comprehending and evaluating where he is. He just doesn't have enough time to properly pontificate.
Right. Well, he's still gonna come up with that vocabulary. It's amazing he can think what he thinks. And good night to you, Comic Relief Crusader. You have a good rest, sir, and hopefully a good rest of the week for you. And yeah, this is I find it like at the end of this, when he says he's got super strength apparently, and it's kind of cool that he's got like a little bit of, obviously if you're brought back to life, bits and pieces of different elves, and with lightning you're going to be a little insane. So that's kind of fun.
Even then, like I think he's more sane than the Doctor in this stage. He's violent, of course, but like he quickly is understanding what life is, and that there is another living being in front of him. And his immediate reaction is like, oh cool, another thing, like I want to be with this other existing being because I seek like community and communion with another person. And then the second that he realizes that he's a prisoner, that's when he turns to violence, because he understands that he's in danger and that he is not the thing that has created him does not see him as an equal, which that promotes prompts the rage and the violence. So he starts out fine, it's just there's a rage inside of him that quickly takes over once he properly assesses the situation he's in. Absolutely.
And I like to think that when he's reaching out to squeeze his throat, he actually grabs the boot, and that's how we get the boot. So his I think because he would probably
elves breathe through the boots, right?
Well, I think it's because like maybe he's not used to like his grabbing his body, so he's aiming for the throat.
It says he sees only darkness too.
Yeah, but his arm like just does, instead of like he thinking, okay, this is how you go up, it says he goes down instead of going up. Because you start. This is your first few minutes of life.
He's not successful in killing Torvik, or else Torvik's story is very short-lived.
Exactly. So he's imagining it's his throat, but then Torvik sees him like, oh, you want my boot. Aww, and you're squeezing it so hard. Here, let me just give it to you,
We'll have to see where it goes. But I have a feeling Torvik understands the danger he's in almost immediately.
Oh, yeah.
The difference here, though, from like the source material is it's really funny. The original novel, when Frankenstein makes his monster, like he finally creates life, and then he just goes and lays down.
Well, he banishes him. He banishes him. He basically doesn't like him at all. He doesn't like what he's seeing.
He immediately kind of casts him off and goes to sleep, like trying to just forget about it. Like it is an immediate kind of casting aside.
Yeah.
And in this case, he doesn't even have time to cast him aside because the masterpiece is just we're speedrunning the novel. He needs to be violent.
Absolutely. And I think we got. Let's see. I think we had someone enter in the chat real quick. I think so.
I didn't see anyone. I think last was just Comic Relief saying night to Soloscaper.
Oh no, Jeremy's here. I see him.
Oh. I'm here.
Yep. Hi,
Jeremy. In the Discord. I didn't even hear the join notification.
Yeah. I heard it. I heard it. Jeremy, welcome. We're just about to read Morinstein's masterpiece card. Do you want to say anything about? Because we're just reading into the lore. And
I do love everybody's comments about legally distinct Frankenstein. That's been very, very good to read. Because that was definitely the intent there.
Masterpiece Frankenstein, you know. And some reason I heard myself. I don't know where that come from. Was that from either of you guys?
Let's see.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
Test, hello. I think.
You okay? Okay. I think
yeah.
but yeah, no. Well, I was about to say Frankenstein. There, I just needed to put that, young Frankenstein thing in there. But yeah, no, it's a really cool way to blend a bit of old, very old culture. Like I'd say, I consider it pop culture into this and all aspects of it. It adds again that sense of fun.
It is
to it.
Yeah, it's inspired and I would say pretty heavily alluding to the 1818 novel. I had to Google what year it was actually written in, but it's also we're spanning pretty much 200 years now, over 200 years of media, because the original novel's from 1818, and
right.
like the fact that the creature is intelligent and like made out of the parts of the dead, like that's all directly from the novel. But then the black and white art on the box and the lightning elements and the screaming mad scientist with lightning bolts, that's more like the Hammer horror films in the 1930s. And now here we are in the late 2020s, and we're getting a fantasy elf version of the original novel mixed with the visual aspects of the 30s movies.
Absolutely. Now let's read through this card real quick. Okay, it's unaffiliated, so there you go. Morinstein's masterpiece, undead, unique hero, creature, tormented, medium 6, life of 5, move of 6, range of 1, attack of 5, defense of 1, only 20 points. And we have the special abilities. Promethean creation. Morinstein's masterpiece does not start the game on the battlefield. He must be created by Dr. Torvik Morinstein. Unbelievable rage. After taking a turn with a scientist or wizard hero you control, you must roll a 20-sided die. If you roll a 4 or higher, immediately take a turn with Morinstein's masterpiece. If you roll a 1 through 3, you must choose another player to immediately take a turn with Morinstein's masterpiece. After Morinstein's masterpiece takes a turn with unbelievable range, you cannot take another turn during that player turn. Resolve. When rolling defense dice against a normal or special attack, Morinstein's masterpiece always adds 1 auto shield. So that's kind of cool. They still, at least you get a auto shield in that.
Yeah, that 1 defense with an auto shield is, I think, better than 3 defense on average, because 3 defense on average, I think you're looking at like a 0.7 odds or so on getting a shield, but like this is just a guaranteed shield plus a 25% chance at getting a bonus, an additional shield as well.
Yeah, I think it helps. Now, when it comes to like building this army, so technically, you can have Dr. Torvik by himself if you want, but in order to bring the masterpiece in with this, you need them both together. So technically, this would be in the army build 60 points, right? If you're adding
it's
this
60-point package if you're wanting the masterpiece. You could theoretically add him to an army like adding the Wretched to Bogden to an army that didn't have Iskra, but that wouldn't get you very far.
No, because you wouldn't be able to
really
bring him out. Bring him out on the field. It wouldn't matter. So that's one tiny disappointment thing for me, because again, we don't have too many Renegade 20-point, usable ones.
Yeah, we got Blink, and then at 10 points we've got Isamu.
Yep. So when I first saw 20 points, I'm like, great, this is someone else we could use, but not really necessary. Doesn't mean it's not fun. It definitely has a place, but just not
it is
quite
a 60-point investment to get them on the field.
Yeah, where we're putting it. So, but it reminds me a lot of who's the Essen wine?
Iskra?
Yeah. No, not Iskra.
Oh, Marku.
Marku. Yeah, Marku a little bit.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, at
with her
20
unbelievable
points
range,
with
you know?
1 defense and a good amount of health, and then the ability to betray. Yeah, I think there's a lot of parallels, to Marku, but he's trickier to pull off, and he doesn't betray you unless you're taking turns with scientists and wizards. Like if you just put order markers on him, or if you bond with him using like Sudema, you don't have to worry about the betrayal.
Right. And he's got an attack of 5, which is pretty strong. I mean, he has to be against somebody.
He's a menace. And 6 move 5 attack. Like he's gonna get hide a lot of the time. Yeah, I think he's gonna be very good. Also, just because we already talked about it with Torvik, but you can gather the parts by seeing other things die from other wizards, and then the masterpiece here gets free turns off of scientists or wizard heroes. Like there's a very strong combo of if you run him with like a Dryan, to where you have the Dryan take a turn with like 1 to 2 familiars, 2 if it's Halachot, then you take the Dryan turn, and then you get a turn with the masterpiece. So as long as you can set it up, you get a lot of action economy for wizard builds there.
Comic Relief Crusader's still here. So Pow, Blam, Zap. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, that's a simple way of putting it. And we got Justin in the chat. Hey, Justin, how you doing? It says, and it goes back to the core elements of Heroscape that alluded to existing pop culture with Savaris like Legolas. Absolutely. And Agent Cars like Morpheus. Yep. So I think it's just a little bit more of a direct reference, really. Even though it's still indirect. It's nice.
Pretty direct, but I think like Savaris and Car were also pretty direct. They just had a different name, but they looked very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, definitely a place. I think this is a guy that's definitely a heavy hitter. It's slightly difficult to kill for 20 points. So
he's tanky, and 60 points for him in the mat, and the Doctor. If I was running a Halachot build, I think I'd take the 2 of them instead of Kita and Shanna, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. So, if we've got nothing else to say, that would be taking a look at Morinstein's masterpiece. This just bring on the fun. This is something. Although, again, I don't think quite as fun as the Savaris and Agent Car lore that we read, but it's almost as, and it's like more of this, please. This is what really brings Heroscape to life.
Really enjoy the allusions to the classic stories, and then gameplay wise as well. Like I do think people are not fully understanding yet how strong Masterpiece is, because those stats, like once he gets loose, it does take some time to invest. Like that is the biggest challenge, is getting him on the field. But as long as he doesn't betray you and you get good turns, like he's gonna mess some stuff up for well above his weight class, I think.
5 life is no joke either. It's like it
with 12, like it's gonna be hard to take him down unless you get a big hit in.
Right. All right, so that's taking a look at that masterpiece. Okay. Now, before we move on, since we are doing this tonight, like very, very, very long form type of going through the night trying to get this stuff done. So we do have a Krampus coming up, but what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to give myself a quick break. So here, we could go about this one of a few ways, guys. If you guys want to sit and just chat about Secrets of the Citadel for a moment with people in the chat, I can just mute my microphone and then return. Or if you just want me to do a full stop break, I can just mute ourselves and then just hit the break banner if you want. It's up to you guys.
Depends on how long it is, because my dog is bullying me for a walk, so I'm probably just gonna set my headset down and just go walking for a few moments.
Okay.
And then I'll be back. But
for me, I'll probably just be gone for 3 to 5 minutes or so.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just taking him out for a half second, so I will be right back.
Okay, let's do that then. And Jeremy, if you need to, do something for a few minutes at the house, because I know you just got home.
I guess.
Yeah, then you can do that. So okay, folks. So stick around. More of this is coming. I am just going to, let's see. I gotta find that banner. Where is that banner? Let's see. And then I'll just play... I think I'll just play some of Season 2 for y'all while we're doing that. So let me find... Where is the break banner? Gotta find that first. That is important. Where are you? No, not that. Is it still here? One second. Oh, there it is. All right. So yeah, give us just a few minutes, guys, and we will be right back. Oh wait. No, that's the wrong one. Okay, wait, hold on a second. My goodness, where is this? Here, 1 second. All right, this is Dead Air, and I don't like it. Here. Oh, there it is. All right, this is the right one. Okay, all right. We'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
It all began many years ago.
Men, we're under attack. It's time to defend the castle.
Yes, sir. Leading the way, sir.
I don't want to fight. I want me tea. Is it tea time? Oh, look! There's the dragon!
Crush thy enemies.
Look lively, gentlemen. Watch your step. There's a fight and tea.
We were in the middle of pure war. All our thoughts and goals were for the findings of the wellsprings and the destruction of our enemies.
Okay, y'all, we are back here. Let me get this. I know doesn't that battle look fun? Look riveting? Well, I do have look in the playlist, and we have Tales of Valhalla Season 1, Season 2, and Season 3 for your viewing pleasure if you would like to watch, rewatch. I know people have done it. And take a look at the story that was created in the past, like, dozen or so years, and is still ongoing too. Fun times, fun times. All right, so we're gonna collect ourselves and get back to this Krampus. Oh my goodness, Krampus is next.
Probably my most anticipated figure. Love Krampus.
This one looks fun. And Jeremy, you're here. Are you ready?
I'm here.
Awesome. All right.
I returned.
So here we go. Let's look at Krampus. I know this one was pretty well talked about because we got to see an image of it early. So the speculation was definitely abounding for this creature. Now, I will say one thing with the miniature, and I'm usually not too critical, but I feel like Krampus could use, I think Roguescaper could really make this figure pop a lot more.
I'd love to see custom paint schemes for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, still, it's a fun figure. But let's get into the story. And the cool thing is, I was just say it's another beast, guys. It's another beast. That's the
so
fun
ready
thing.
for him.
Yeah.
And also, one thing, if you look closely, you'll notice he has a human foot and a goat foot. Like, he has mismatched feet, which is part of the classic Krampus folklore.
Oh, very nice.
Like, the sculpt is crazy, and I'm excited to see what people can do with it.
For sure. All right, Krampus, from the notes of Halashut. As I scour House Utgar's bestiary, I am once again drawn to the tales of the Krampus. Early reports from the beginning of Utgar's conquest of Valhalla attest to a hideous demon proficient in abducting enemies and sealing them away into a magical wicker basket. These reports attest that he was unpredictable, and that after enough incidents of brutalizing or disappearing his fellow summons, this beast was banished into Murkheim, never to see the light of day again. Official records of this basket-carrying snatcher have been purged from the Bleakwood Annals, and I have found my fair share of passages from that time blotched or torn out entirely. Only an entry in the bestiary for a creature called the Krampus remained, describing incredible strength, sly cunning, and an incomprehensible sense of justice that drove it into battle, an effective tool to use when controlling the beast. Following eyewitness accounts and the name mentioned in the bestiary, I tracked down a lost tome, a book of children's tales from Phelan's Fifth Age, which speaks of a mythical creature also called the Krampus. This Krampus stalked the winter nights, observing elves, dwarves, and goblins as they prepared their various winter feasts and holidays. When the winter moon hit its 7th and the celebrations began, the sound of bells heralded his wicked judgment. Emerging from the dark and carrying a scourging bushel, he would beat naughty children, saying they must be cleansed of evil before they could partake in the holiday cheer. Those he deemed too naughty to cleanse, however, he stuffed into a basket, alleged to be a cursed gift from the unseelie fae of the winter moon itself, with reports of a similar creature terrorizing expeditions in the Citadel. I have put out a bounty for anyone in the New Alliance who can bring me this demon alive. If it truly is the Krampus, then it will be an invaluable weapon for my army of beasts.
Halachot is perfectly normal and can be trusted to have this hideous goat man thing in her army.
Absolutely, perfectly. Yes, of course. Yeah, there's no doubts about that. And hey, we got Fez Forever in the chat as well. Harold, there is that character carrying red Oreos on his back, because that'd be awesome. This actually, Fez, you might be this is actually for Heroscape. This is something they're announcing. It's called the Krampus. So it's basically we're getting a Krampus figure in the lore as well as a character to use in the Heroscape game. So that's really cool, because how long ago we actually had a film based off this character as well.
Yeah, that kind of brought it back into the I guess the public eye. But the Krampus is a long or like an old kind of obscure Christmas tradition and tale from European civilizations, basically as an evil Santa Claus who, instead of giving gifts, stole children.
Yeah. And Justin saying, I saw Krampus in person this past weekend as Lee Huff brought it to the Chaska, Minnesota Alliance War. That's cool. So you got to actually see a miniature version of it. That's cool. Really, really cool. So yeah, I guess when it comes now, this particular Krampus comes from Phelan's origins.
Yes.
So is it like another derivative from, like, because I know sometimes we're getting like creatures from actual Earth folklore, but apparently this one isn't, correct?
Yeah, I mean, so the Grave Grim is from Earth, and that's the only like fantasy creature from Earth
so far.
The lore book even hinted at it potentially coming from somewhere else to begin with as well. But yeah, no, I mean the Krampus and the what is it? The Nuclavy as well, the common hero that Revna has.
Right.
Like Phelan's demons are now kind of becoming an archetype.
Sure. Which is fine. It's really cool. So is there any difference between this particular Krampus and like Earthlore Krampus at all?
I mean, I would imagine this is a case like many other things that are very, Earth, or very reminiscent of Earth folklore in Heroscape, like the entire concept of Valhalla, to where this guy, I guess, has kind of inferred that somehow Earth history kind of learned about these things and incorporated into their own folklores and stuff.
Okay. And I find it interesting that like they kind of placed Krampus actually during the time of classic Heroscape, but Utgard just found Krampus kind of uncontrollable, so he just did away with him, which is kind of interesting considering who he brought into Valhalla in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, the existence of Krampus being kind of there cast out into Murkheim, like Halachot finds this kind of forbidden knowledge of a demon that even Utgard was like, nah, this isn't worth it. And Halachot's, as an arrogant wizard, that's literally her personality type, is like, I'm pretty sure I could use this guy though.
And Jeremy, like I know we were talking about Phelan, about when it comes to like Morinstein, which we were talking about earlier, who was part of the Crimson Sigil, got kicked out. So we're getting more development of the Nine, and hopefully more origins of that, because I know you had an interest in that as well over time. But this seems to be more like, for when it comes to Phelan, a little bit more of an expanded version. What age would we? Oh, it says right there, fifth age.
It says the fifth age is when the book about a book about him was found, and that's 4 ages before the 9 and 5 ages before like Morinstein builds Cyprian's army. But just because the book's from the 5th age, like he theoretically could be from earlier. Like it's at the very latest 5th age creature.
That's fascinating. And it makes me wonder, so they're his origin. How did Utgard pull him? That, like, how did he see him if he's kind of like, even in Phelan, probably like somewhat mythological creature. even in Phelan's tales.
Perhaps Krampus being summoned is the reason he's just a myth in Phelan. Like, only the eldest of elves can remember Krampus existing, but everyone else sees him as just a story.
And what is Unseelie Fae?
Hang on, let me Google this. So the Seelie and Unseelie were the two, like, main groups of a fairy. The Seelie were generally the more playful ones, and the Unseelie were like the nasty ones, if I remember correctly. In some folklore, yeah, because Seelie is a group of fairies, often specified as good fairies who contrast the wicked Unseelie court. As described by British folklorist Catherine Mary Briggs, the Seelie court were those fairies who would seek help from humans, warn those who have accidentally offended them, and return human kindness with favors of their own. Still, they would avenge insults and be prone to mischief. Conversely, the Unseelie court were more darkly inclined, who would attack without provocation, although not every member of the court invariably did so. They were often associated with Sluga, which seemed to be a type of fae that would abduct people, as well as Shellycoats, Nucklavi, Redcaps, Bobin Seath, and various other wicked fairies. So presumably the Nucklavi and Krampus are both connected to this Unseelie court.
We need, now that I think about it, like in Heroscape, we don't have any fairies, do we? At least not regular Heroscape. I think we need some fairies.
Yeah, there is. I mean, there is a fairy-looking guy in the Citadel, like, trailers and stuff, like the announcement trailer. He's a figure that we have not seen revealed, but he was, at least there's a visual of a fairy guy teased, it looked like, in one of those trailers.
Ooh, we might be getting some of that. That's something to consider.
Fae and Phelan, presumably.
All right, let's look at the card. Okay, Ukkar, Krampus. It's nice artwork though, for him there. Just the bells and the now some people are asking, like, does this come off? And
does not, no.
It does not. But this is
a solid basket.
This is my plan though. It's like, okay, I get 2, and so it's solid, so it's not hollow on the inside at all.
I mean, I don't know, but I would assume not. I think to create something hollow like that that's big enough probably wouldn't be feasible with the plastic used in the molds.
So what you're saying is, when I get 2 and I chop the top part off, I'm gonna have to hollow out the inside. Okay. Or
presumably, I mean, I have no idea how the physical sculpt works, but if you do, I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, or what I could do is I could do one or two things with this. And I'm sorry, guys, this is my stop motion thinking happening with this, because I need to do something with this. You know, I could hollow it out. That might take some time. It's feasible, but at the same time, I could just like whatever. If there's like a solid, you know, just a part to it, I could like paint it black. And then just animate someone still getting sucked into the blackness. You know, there's ways to like just, you know, put it up against the thing, and then put like a base, and then it looks like they're being sucked in it. So there's ways to go around it. But yeah, I need to do something definitely with that. That is it. It reminds me of like the pit trap glyph. You know, only this is actual creature's basket. Okay, so we got Demon, Unikiro, Beast, Tormenting, Large 8, Life is 6, Move is 6, Range of 1, Attack of 4, Defense of 3 for 90 points. Now, I think 90 points makes it a little bit expensive for those stats.
It's 5 points more than an Ice Troll for 2 more life, 1 less attack, I think 1 more move, and then the basket stuff instead of the regenerate and the Berserker charge. So I would say it's definitely in a weight class comparable to the Ice Troll of Classic for like Arrowgrat and Halachot builds as a 85 to 90 point beast that's large.
But again, it's another beast we can have Dryan's control. So this will be part of the beast Dryan type,
especially Halachai, because the others say small or medium, but Krampus explicitly seems to be. I mean, he shares the same general and color scheme as Halashot in a lot of places. The bio is directly Halashot saying, "Hey, I want this for my army." Like, it does seem that the Krampus was designed as a complementary piece for Halashot builds in general. I know Lee is a big fan of old Float Goat, as we call her.
Oh yeah, no, and it's a powerful mini, and yeah, so it's a fun selection for that. Let's get into the special abilities here. It says Into the Basket, because where else would you go? Krampus starts the game with a Krampus basket glyph on his army card. After moving and before attacking, you may choose an enemy small or medium figure adjacent to Krampus and roll the 20-sided die. If the figure is a common and you roll a 5 or higher, place that figure on your Krampus basket glyph card. If it is a unique and you roll a 15 or higher, place that figure on your Krampus basket glyph card. So this is basically, more times than not, it's going to be a common figure, and this could be like common hero, right? Like
yeah, I mean, as long as it's a smaller, medium,
as long as it's common, yep.
So it could be a squad. It could be
those like are nice chances to scoop things up.
Gold grips and gas blades, like being able to steal it, like it's not only, you know, you grab it on a 5 or higher, but it's also not destroyed. So the Reavers, like, I think he's going to be a bit of a menace for Reaver builds specifically.
It really is.
And then it's also just kind of the Grimnack Chomp thing of like, oh, that figure's just not there anymore. Now, you'll see that the figures can be retrieved from Krampus, but still, being able to just remove something from the battlefield is still very, very powerful. And I think Krampus is going to be, I personally think he's going to be pretty strong. I know not a lot of people are thinking he's going to be the strongest, but in the right builds, especially with Halashot, I think he's going to be mighty fine.
It's going to be a fun one to test out. And we have Out of the Basket, so let's see what this does. After Krampus takes 1 or more wounds from an attack but is not destroyed, each player with 1 or more figures in their army on your Krampus's basket glyph card. Okay, this is, I'm going to have to really think through this. May roll a 20-sided die. So Krampus takes a wound.
If Krampus is wounded by an attack, everyone who has a kidnapped figure can roll the die. Okay. And each player that gets a 13 or higher can then rescue one of their figures and place it within one space of Krampus or as close to him as possible if all of the other spaces are full.
So 13 or higher is pretty fair. It's less likely to get someone out, but it's possible
I'd say,
to do it. It's
like a 35% chance, I think, of it triggering?
Something like that, yeah. So it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. It is still, you know, more often than not, you're not going to rescue. But we'll get to the basket in a second, which is the other way to get people rescued. Right.
So you're less likely. It's going to take time. So if you're scooping up a lot of miniatures, it's more than likely the odds are against you that you're going to get all of them back.
Yeah, but on the inverse of it, like, you do get to choose which figure you're free. So like if you're like Sir Gilbert and like 3 Scots get kidnapped and you get a wound in and roll a 13 or higher, you can choose to get Gilbert instead of one of the Scots.
Now imagine you Sir Gilbert being sucked into the mask.
A little disgruntled by that.
Mask, it's gonna be fun. I think somebody just needs to 3D print me like one of these baskets so you can actually have a basket drop to the ground, you know, off of Krampus. Okay, and so yeah, we also have, which is really fun, Krampus basket glyph. So it'll end up within a glyph, right? You'll have a glyph with a basket on it. That's kind of cool. So, and this happens after Krampus is destroyed. Place the Krampus basket glyph on a space he occupied if possible, or the closest empty space. When this glyph is on the battlefield at the start of each player turn, that player may place a figure from their army that is on this card onto the battlefield, as close to this glyph as possible. So again, you don't have to roll a 20-sided die for this, but it's still a gradual thing. The battle's still ongoing.
It's be once a turn, once a player turn. So you'll get a maximum of like 3 of these out. I guess I would have to now go double check the ruling for Kanak's bonus turn, because she gets like a bonus turn. I don't know if that counts as a player turn or not, but like you're at most really getting 3 out of the basket at a time, and that's presumably after the battle's been waging for quite a while, if
Right.
Krampus has got more than 1 or 2 of your guys. So it
And
is a rescue, but it is not immediate.
And it doesn't, at least doesn't take the place of the player turn. You can still do this before your turn and still take a turn.
Yes.
But it's just, again, it's another headache. If there are no figures remaining on this card, immediately destroy this glyph. This is the only way this glyph can be destroyed, and you can't take it or move the glyph, right? It's just there.
Yep,
It's just
can't
stuck
move
there.
it. It is
Yeah,
a
it's
power
just there.
glyph, so it stays where it is. It can't be destroyed by lava since it specifies it can't be destroyed.
Mhm.
Now, getting it dropped in the middle of lava would be really funny, because then
Because then
everything
you
that jumps
pop-
out is probably going to be destroyed immediately.
Interesting take.
but-
So you have crabs then along with you, for
Definitely, but I mean, you would have to have at least 7 molten lava drops to guarantee it, because you
Fun
place
times.
it within as close to it or within 1 of it as if possible.
Interesting build. I don't think it's great. It
I
will work, but
I
it's
don't see it
interesting.
working really ever unless you. It would be much easier to just defeat your opponent than do that, but
I think so.
it is still funny.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Aside from Deathwalker 10K, which we already talked about, yeah, I really like this. Like thematically, it's fun. The basket just creates.
It's
a
Grimnack,
very
but
fun
instead of
element to it.
destroying, he becomes
Mhm.
a pinata
Yeah.
that everyone's trying to whack to get their stuff back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would love to see someone create a Krampus boss battle scenario too.
Mhm.
With it, that would be fun to think about with them. But yeah, I after reading through this and understanding the possibilities and power, I mean, basically you're just scooping up as many miniatures as possible. If you can, especially if someone has a heavy common army, before Krampus expires, if you can collect as many miniatures, let's just say from a person's army, 5 to 10 minis, that's probably going to be, depending on what competitive build, that's going to be over half of what they have.
And you're still getting
some
attacks of
competitive settings.
4 alongside too. So if you fail to scoop someone, or if you scoop someone
Mhm.
and have another guy adjacent, you can still keep attacking. And the 4
Right.
attack is, I think, the highest any beast has in contemporary. So especially for Halachot, he helps you kind of even out the numbers by thinning enemy squads, and also just, if you can't catch them, just beat them with sticks.
And it doesn't matter about the size either. It doesn't specify size. It just says common.
It does.
Oh, does it?
It says smaller, medium. It says enemy, smaller, medium.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You may choose. Okay, yeah, sorry. At the beginning,
Yeah,
I was
so
reading
large
at
and
the
huge
bottom.
still gets their
Okay.
designated immunities to a lot of powers, which I think is fine.
Okay, that's fair.
If you get a large or huge thing, he's just gonna have to whip it with
Yep.
his bushel instead.
That's fine. So anyway, okay. So let me rephrase that then. So for most small minifigures, which maintain the majority of lots of common squad builds, you just eliminate as much as possible. And if you have Krampus, because this isn't the only mini in your army either, and so they're attacking and killing. And if you wipe out everyone else in their army, and albeit they don't have as much use, since you're slowly taking out the rest of the army, putting them in this basket, and everyone's wiped out, it doesn't matter who's in the basket. If no miniatures are left on the board, game over.
Yeah, he's interesting as a closer in that way, and I think that's going to be the thing for Krampus players, presumably in Halachot builds, just because she's the only thing that can really bond with him.
Right.
It's you can either open with him and try to thin enemy offense power, and just understand that some of that offense is probably going to return once Krampus goes down, or you can save him as a cleanup. I do also you can run him up, say there's a screen for, a Cobra Trooper Destro screen, as an example.
Mhm.
You could run Krampus up, grab a Cobra Trooper, and then free up the space for another beast, or the Kraken, or Halachot, or, the Masterpiece, even if you're chaining it like that, to then go punch Destro in the face now that you've opened a hole in the wall. So I think he's going to be probably a higher skill floor figure, just for higher skill ceiling. I think the floor is pretty simple. It's just grab stuff and beat stuff. But to get full use out of him, I think it's going to take a lot of practice, which I'm excited for.
Bill Flint's asking, how would this deal with Revenant Acolytes? I think Acolytes are stuck in the basket until
they're not
they get out.
destroyed.
Yeah.
They're not
destroyed.
The figure is not
they're
destroyed.
just taken out. So there you go.
So it's also worth noting, like, you're removing things without triggering wounds or destruction.
Mhm.
So stuff like Elites of Olar, the Olar's Pact wouldn't trigger off of the abduction. Crimson Twins is a funny one. If you abduct one of the Crimson Twins, the other now has 6 health. There's some weird stuff, but I mean, it is a good pseudo kill ability, which like, again, even if your opponent gets the stuff back, as long as you're shutting down the ability for them to consistently do it, you're out a chunk of the game is good. Like, if you've got that frontliner who is making your day a mess, or if you get the 15 or higher and like nab their Gilbert, like that's mean. Like, if you can snipe an anchor piece, like, you just have Krampus then run away as fast as he can and try to protect him so that your opponent just doesn't have a key part of their army now.
Yeah, you might be able to like risk a disengage at least once or twice with him.
Yeah, because I mean, he only drops it off of attacks, not leaving engagement attacks. So
there you go. So
if you snatch
might be
someone
worth that.
and don't drop them on the immediate next turn, because presumably your opponent's not thrilled with you snatching someone important. If you manage to hold on to that person, you can just run away as long as you've got 2 or more health, so you don't just immediately get destroyed by the leaving engagements. And just, all right, I'm getting him behind my Kraken screen, and he's now going far, far away with your big hero. So if you want it back, you got to chase him.
And a move of 6 helps with that too. And like, it's really easy for him to move up an elevation, like with a move of 6, and get an attack of 5 too. And
I think Krampus is great.
I agree. I think like, just reading through that and talking about it really elevates him a lot.
I definitely want to try him with Aerogruts too, because I mean, they've already got Mimring and Krug as good strong beasts to run. But having Krampus as an option to kind of, again, do that pseudo Grimnack chomp is still pretty big.
And we got Mystery Meats in the chat. Hey, Nathan. It says, so if he's not facing you, he has a giant basket shield on his back. Yeah, exactly. There you go. It's just overall.
That is right. Yeah, the basket's not a target zone.
Yeah.
So you have to see his legs then if you're shooting at him. Presumably you'll still see his arms and his legs, because they're pretty spread out, and his tail. But if you only see the basket, that is funny.
Yeah, actually. Wow, I didn't think about that. That's kind of cool too.
That's a good catch.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Good one, Nathan. Yeah. Okay, and that elevates it even more. So yeah, it's taken, I guess if we got nothing else to say, that's taken a look at Krampus. Wow. Yeah, this one's going to be fun.
He's my most anticipated, I think. Like, I'm a big Halashot fan, so like when the Kraken was coming out, I was super excited because I knew it was going to work with Halashot well, and now Krampus is coming out, and he's like a obviously direct plug for Halashot as well. Like, Halashot's going to be a fun army. I don't know if it'll ever be like top of Gen Con or anything, but it'll have tools that are stronger than everything else.
Yeah.
Bill Flint, would the basket work against Raylan 4.0? Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't trigger her because it's not dealing wounds, and then if you were to snatch her, then yeah, you'd be able to snatch her. Oh wait, no, because you're talking about Indomitable or Unyielding or whatever, the thing that doesn't let her be moved by other powers. I think that actually is pending a ruling.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Well, I mean, I think it has to, because I don't know if removing figures is counted as moving them or not. So I think it should, but I don't know if there's an official ruling on that yet.
Okay, I guess we'll have to find out then. So, but anyway, that is taking a look.
It'll also matter for Cyberclaw.
That is taking a look at Krampus. All right, let us move on to the next one. We're getting through them, guys. We're getting through them, but we still have a bit to go. So
got about half of them left.
Yeah,
a little over half.
All right. Oh yes, the motorcycles. Let's get into the motorcycles. Twilight Clan Riders. There we are. These look like fun. A 2-man squad too.
Udgar getting the love this wave for sure, which is funny because he just got cast into a lake, never to be seen again. He's getting cool stuff.
Actually, we already know this. We already know this part of the lore. He's still alive. He's still alive. He's still alive. He's
definitely dead. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's got magical stone properties that he's yeah.
I had a magical stone a couple times. It was not fun to pass.
Was it magical though?
Yeah, it was kidney.
Yeah, that's not magical.
I don't know. I think it's magic that I made a rock inside of me, like a messed up clam.
That sounds painful. Okay, Twilight Clan Riders. Let's read first this lore, then we'll get into the cards, which I think this is going to be another interesting squad. So it says Hayato twists the throttle of his bike as hard as he can, pinning it at maximum acceleration, but the pursuit cars are still gaining. One of them pulls up beside him, sirens blaring, trying to force him off the road. A curve approaches fast, the perfect opportunity to slip away. In one fluid motion, he unsheaths his sword and leans into the curve, hanging halfway off his bike. His sword strikes sparks off the pavement as he brings it low and slashes at the pursuit car. Its tire explodes with a satisfying bang, but the sword catches in the rubber and is wrenched from his hand. The car veers off course and smashes through the guardrail just as he accelerates ahead. Clearing the wreck by inches, he had bought himself a few moments. Since Isamu disappeared, Hayato had been trying to hold the Twilight Clan together. Wait a minute, so this is a hero?
Or it's at least a named person. It's a named ninja the same way Rook the Tanuki is a named ninja.
Gotcha. Despite their speed, skill, and total fearlessness, the clan was weak without their leader's strategic mind. Agent Skahan's network laid trap after trap, tightening their net with each passing day. So we got a Skahan reference there. Hayato steals a glance behind him. The remaining pursuit cars have navigated the wreck and are once again gaining ground. Up ahead, he spies the distinctive silhouette of New York's monorail network and has an idea. Not a good idea, but he's desperate. He whips the bike around and aims for the destroyed guardrail. If he plays it right, he can launch himself from the highway overpass to the monorail's megalith track. Twisting the throttle, he flashes past the confused pursuit cars, building up speed as he flies toward the gap. For an instant, he hangs suspended in the air. Then he lands on the track with a bone-rattling thump. He starts to laugh. Even if they were crazy enough to try it, there's no way the agents could chase him here. But the laughter dies in Hayato's throat as he catches sight of the train, barreling towards him at 300 miles per hour. He closes his eyes, ready for the end. It doesn't come. He opens his eyes just in time to come skidding to an abrupt stop. Before him stands a colossal red-skinned man wearing an elaborate spiked helmet, a pair of leathery bat wings protruding from his back. "Welcome," the figure says, smiling slightly. "Many of your friends are already here." And we have in the chat, I think let's get a few people jump in the chat. We got Skateboard. How are you doing, Skateboard? We got Nobleman Nick there as well. I'm going to be listening to this at work tomorrow. Cool. Yeah. Oh, we're almost 2.5 hours in, and I think we're maybe halfway through. Not even halfway through. I don't know. We're kind of through. But what flashed in my mind, actually, this is just a personal note. There was a point in my young life, around 7, 8 years old, to where I was first learning how to ride a bike, and I actually got hit by a truck. And
oh wow!
Ooh.
Not in the same way that this particular character does, but I actually can picture when he says, the train is barreling at him, and he closes his eyes, ready for the end. I kind of had a similar experience before the truck hit me. I was closing my eyes, hoping to pass. It didn't work out that way, and let's just put it that way. And thank God I'm still around, but I do have a huge scar on my forehead That's on
that'll
display.
do it. So you're legally obligated to paint up some Twilight Clan Riders after your first bike, and then you have to play them. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah, I'd say so. Although that bike was it was an old like banana seat type bike. It was my first bike, and I think it was green. It was an older bike because I think it was just some that we picked up from like a garage sale or something, and that was basically our trainers. So I can make them green. I could do that.
Yeah.
That would be reminiscent of that, and yeah, they'd be fairly easy to paint, more than likely. But yeah, I find this lore very interesting because it ties into what we read about in the Earth lore, in the Tome of Annihilation.
More that 2210 era Earth lore.
We get a lot of names. Agent Skahan is in this. We get like
context for where Samu is in their whole operation.
Samu, yep. So Twilight Clan. So we're getting more of the Twilight Clan. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, because really all 2210 was just Vidar had humans from 2210, and then there was a Samu. So it's nice seeing more than just Vidar agents kind of fleshed out for that.
Exactly. And so one of these two we could probably say is Hayato. And it provides just another I love the variety of stories. Like some we're getting just what's happening presently on Valhalla. But others were getting like backstories on how they came to Valhalla. So,
yeah, this one's closer to like the Samuel Brown and someone fighting and then meeting a Valkyrie who tells them, "Oh hi, you're on Valhalla now."
Hello, you're here. You could be dead right now, so you got to follow me now. Yeah. So I guess that's basically what we could say about this. I mean, what more can I say? Ninjas on wheels. That's it. Again, lovely.
It's very fun. I do love also just like the cyberpunk vibe of motorcycles and ninja swords. Like it very much, the 2210 era. I think now in the modern day, since we can also kind of bring in more cyberpunk of a genre, since that genre is more popular now, since the cyberpunk video game and stuff. I think it is fun seeing like the mix of modern technology and then like feudal Japan weaponry and stuff that honestly it's just kind of surprising as Samu had set up for that all the way back in the day, because cyberpunk wasn't as popular of a genre back then.
Right.
And
I'm just waiting for a ninja with cybernetic implants to let him like teleport or do something crazy. Maybe that's why Samu never dies, is he's got the Sandevistan installed.
Legally distinct Sandevistan. That's
Oh, excuse me, the Manda Distant or something.
And I'm just looking like on the card before we read the card quick. Human, Common Squad, Ninja. Have we had those before? I mean, we've had Ninja Common Squads.
We've had 2 unique squads of ninjas, but no, and a Vorid common squad.
Right.
This is the first common human ninja.
Nice. Okay. Applause for that, because I know I'm sure people have been wanting it.
And Tricky also sets up Otonashi, her Tricky speed or whatever.
There you go. And so let's look at this card then. Twilight Clan Riders is a 2-man squad, which is great. And again, in the box, it's like we covered this on Sunday, but you get a box of 2 squads, guys.
4 models, which would be 110 points and 4 figures and 8 hexes, because these are double base figures, and I think this is the first double base squad in Contemporary, is it not? Am I forgetting something? Like a squad that's actually double basers?
Trying to think.
I don't think there's any double base squads in Contemporary. I mean, in Classic we have like the Marden Hounds and the Grok Riders and the Templar Cavalry and stuff. But I don't think we actually ever had in Contemporary a double base squad yet. We've had plenty of heroes, but not squads, and that's an interesting gameplay puzzle because they take up so much of your start zone.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. But anyway, okay. So here we go. Human, Common Squad, Ninja, Tricky, large 5. So these are actually quite big. I mean, probably because of the bikes.
Yeah, I mean, 5 is the average human height
right.
in the game, somewhere between 4 and 5. But seeing large 5 is interesting because it's not that they're particularly tall; they're just long because they're motorcycles.
On bikes, yeah. A life of 1, move at 8, so they can move. Range of 1, attack of 3, defense of 5, 55 points. And they have Ninja Carry. Before moving normally with a Twilight Clan Rider, you may choose a friendly small or medium ninja adjacent to that rider. After you move that rider, you may place the chosen ninja adjacent to that rider. Figures may only be moved by Ninja Carry once per turn. It's a great way to move your ninja build up. Great. They also have Phantom Ride. Twilight Clan Riders can move through all figures and never take leaving engagement attacks. A Twilight Clan Rider cannot move into a space more than 3 levels above its level. So that doesn't mean below. It can go below anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the rolling movement that the Necrotech Wraith Riders have.
Right.
Just bundled with Phantom Walk, and it's 3 levels instead of 2 since they are, motorcycles that can jump a bit higher than a guy stapled to a ball.
It's excellent. It gives them a little bit of limitations, but not by much. On a competitive map, it's not going to matter.
It's really more for theme than anything else.
Right. And then Twilight / Special Attack, range Special Attack 3. Before attacking normally with a Twilight Clan Rider, that rider may use Twilight / Special Attack. So this is even before attacking. So this is like multiple. That's
You're getting
great.
in basically 4 attacks with these guys.
Awesome.
If you play them right.
It may target any one figure it moved through this turn regardless of range, engagement, or line of sight. Figures never have height advantage against Twilight / Special Attack. So you could slash up on somebody on a height.
That you moved through.
Yeah, and they don't have height advantage against it.
And with Phantom Ride, they're going to be able to move through just about anyone, even if they end in their starting position.
Yeah, move.
So really, the only time you don't get Twilight Slash off, I think, is just in your initial engagement, because you probably won't be able to go through an enemy if you're having to use all your movement to get to them.
Now, I don't really. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you can time it so that way with your 8 move, you get into engagement and overshoot your target. You could then Twilight Slash the guy you move through and then attack another one. So it's really mostly just going to be hard on the very initial engagement timing wise, but they will be getting, I think, pretty consistently 4 attacks out per squad.
I don't normally tier these. I'm not that much of an expert to tier them, but I can recognize the huge insane value for these. Would it surprise you if they get up to some type of A tier?
I think they're B+ to A- depending on how Contemporary shakes out.
Right.
Ninja Carry, as a power, is a lot of fun, but I don't think you should pretty much ignore it if you're trying to play these guys competitively. Most of the ninjas you can move, there's not a whole lot of need to. There is fun with specifically Isamu, because you can drop him on a glyph, and then that's your glyph for that round, even if they kill him.
Right.
Because he doesn't get removed until the end of the round. And you can also, drag Isamu around and drop him off into enemies to keep them engaged, and sure, they can attack him, but they're pretty much stuck there until he's dead. Or you can even drag Isamu's soon to be lifeless corpse around and keep dropping him off onto other people to tie them down as you go. So with Isamu, that's where Ninja Carry will show up. And then other than that, there's fun with setting up Tanuki for Nagewaza or Odonashi for a speed boost. But the majority of it is, they are 8 move, 5 defense, double basers that can attack up to 4 times, and they're probably going to be the strongest screen in game at this stage for Contemporary.
It's I think the only thing, if they have a Ninja Carry, but it's not a bonding synergy. It's just carrying them. So even if you get your ninjas across the field, you still need an order marker to have them do anything. So that I think is the only downside from them, really.
There is also some fun with the fact that they they can carry another ninja and drop it off adjacent to the enemy along with them. And Jinx and Kamakura boost their attack for each other ninja adjacent to the target. So you can have a bike carry a Tanuki up to someone, and now Jinx or Kamakura gets +2 attack when attacking that character the next turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you have to figure out the management of it for sure. But still, these are going to be high tier.
Yeah, I think their best use is going to be screening for the new Con Can, and then giving him like Ordo or Great Bows as your range component.
All right, because
along with Fist.
Yeah.
Yep. So he'll be giving them +1 defense, and they'll be giving Con Can the ability to give the Ordo +1 attack. So it's kind of like Q9 Rats, but a little more interesting.
Yeah, no, you're right, and yeah, the extra attack and defense, they're going to be formidable.
And again, you can just drop Isamu off on the glyph on your way into the battle, which is also huge. Especially if it's like the move glyph, or disengage won't matter as much, but the move glyph, if you ever have like any of the attack or defense buffs, whether from classic or the custom ones, like there's a lot of good glyphs as long as it's a passive effect and not a like beginning or end of round effect. Isamu basically just guarantees that's yours.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, I like these a lot. I think you'll be able to start with a Con Can type screen, but there's other things you're gonna be able to do with them as well. Yeah.
And at $35 for 2 squads, like the new price value is so nice. It's like actually a very competitive rate, which I'm glad they were able to do.
Absolutely. So that's unless you have anything else to say about them, Jeremy, because you said much about them, but
I do want to say one thing. I don't know if it has been brought up, but the name Twilight Clan is fun to see, because that name actually comes from the first website for Heroscape before Swarm of the Morrow. I don't know if anyone remembers this because it's so old, but for the few years before Swarm of the Morrow, there was a little sub tab that you could click, and it was like a tips and tricks option where the developers gave some kind of like hints on how to use characters and stuff like that. And they also included trivia on the designs, right? And it was under Agent Carr's heading, where they were talking about how to use Agent Carr. And the joke was, everyone kept saying in the commercial, was he about to get killed by a bar of chocolate? Because if you remember watching the commercial, he's opening the bar of chocolate right before he gets summoned. And so, the developers wanted to answer that question in the trivia. They're like, no, he wasn't about to get killed by chocolate. He was actually about to be assassinated by members of the Twilight Clan. And you have to like look really closely, because it's like 2 seconds in the in the commercial where you see like a silhouette of red behind the cabinet where Agent Carr is eating his chocolate. But that is the only place that this word appeared. And then they made the website for Swarm of the Morrow. They did their big old update and made it green and everything. And then that tips and tricks page disappeared. It was gone. Just nuked. And the only way we have this information is in the secondary source through the Heroscape Compendium, because somebody decided to gather all the information and put it in. And then they mentioned Twilight Clan, but no one really knows where that came from. So it's really nice. It's so many years later.
Yeah, that's another deep pull, dang.
Yeah, it is a very, very deep pull, but definitely a really cool option to kind of see them now. It's like, oh, yeah, Isamu had a group. Isamu had an organization that he was a part of. It wasn't, Agent Carr had the Krav Maga.
The discount ninja Foot Clan from Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's what we need. We need a Ninja Turtles crossover with Shredder, and then like a squad of foot ninjas, so that we can paint up all the Twilight clans as foot ninjas.
Yeah, that would be awesome. But yeah, I just think it's really cool to see that. It's just more fun opportunities that we've been able to put into character design, is references to these super old. A
really good way to honor the legacy of the game. That's really cool.
Yeah. More fun stuff, and with these I like how the shape of the vehicles gives me like, especially the wheels give me like a Tron vibe. So that's fun too. With this, just so many like references and callbacks to pop culture.
Definitely have to paint one black with neon blue highlights, and the other is black with neon orange highlights. Try to modify a light trail behind the bikes.
Yeah, no, these definitely could become a favorite for people to use. And there's a 2-man squad. It's great that we're bringing in more 2-man squads too, because that's
a 2-man squad that gets 4 attacks is the important part. Like they make up for their their limited activations for sure.
No, it is. So possibilities are solid for that. So that's taking a look at Twilight Clan Riders. All right, and let's go back here. And Skateboard is saying those fish should be double space with all the space they take. Oh,
gallery.
Yeah. The gallery. Okay, now here we go. This is one. This is one that we have been waiting for. That Jeremy's been waiting for.
My probably not even that hot of a take is that this is the strongest unit of the wave.
Woo. And Jeremy, can you say the name so I'm not butchering the name real quick?
Yeah, the students of Kalari Payatt.
There you go, the students of Kalari Payatt. Okay, that's more simpler than I thought. Look at these whip swords, guys. These whips, and the sculpts are nice too.
Such a cool like call for a new, like for the first historical common of contemporary, and really the third historical figure after Nishi and Guilty. Like it's a really cool pull to bring in not only a culture that had been present, but also like a weapon that you almost never see in pop culture of the whip swords.
Right.
And I like the whip sword that just drooped over the shield right there. that's kind of funny.
Yeah, they had to get creative with the sculpt for sure, so that way those swords wouldn't just shatter the second they get bent.
Right.
Yep.
It's people wanted historical minis. Well, here is your actually direct historical minis. You're welcome. I'm gonna read through the lore, and then I know because Jeremy was a lot behind these, so we're gonna have him talk about it in a second. But I do want to read the lore, and let's just get through that real quick. Okay, students of Kalari Payatt says, although the Valkyrie Uller has taken the cure to the wellspring poison and restored both his senses and his wellspring, a fear of the water remained, and he could not focus his visions. But after Thorman unleashed the Wellspring Storm, Uller struck an alliance with Aquila of Takala. Yay! My alliance. And his resolve was renewed. He knew that if he did not strengthen his army to stand with the Verdant Pact in this new era, all of Valhalla might be torn asunder. As he drank again, his fearful and uncontrolled visions brought him not to mighty creatures from the Phaland or Mar, but to humans from Earth. 2 warriors were engaged in a duel using weapons the likes of which Uller had never seen. Long whip-like swords. One was gaining an advantage over the other, and the air around him was a blur as his thin blade whirled and slashed, forcing the other swordsmen to retreat and defend at a distance. But the defender's shield could not move quickly enough to block the attacker's far-reaching strikes, and as a blade whipped towards the defender's head, Uller intervened and brought the duelists to Valhalla. He and the warrior spoke for hours in Uller's gardens, and Uller learned much. That the warriors had not been enemies dueling to the death, but had been sparring together in a martial art called Kalari Payatt, and that the weapon called the Urmi, or am I saying that right, Jeremy?
The Urumi.
Urumi. Okay, Urumi was part of the highest level of that art's mastery. He was fascinated to learn how the students trained to achieve an optimal state of awareness, allowing them to see with their entire bodies. When he returned to drink from the wellspring again, Uller put the student's teachings into practice, setting his mind and body at ease, trying to see across the universe with senses far beyond his own. And when a great earthquake swallowed up the ancient school in Kerala, right?
Kerala.
Kerala, where those students gathered, Uller was poised and ready to bring them under his wing. There you go. And so I imagine, Jeremy, that earthquake is historical reference, correct?
So more or less referring to the possibilities that happened in the region, because the important thing is that the Kerala nation had multiple schools of Kalari Payatt. There was different regional variations of the fighting style. There was different schools of the fight, different teachers. So this is just one of those many. And in reference to what exactly got Ular to see them was, this natural disaster that was going to take place.
And so, Jeremy, now the lore is yours. Some of the card language is yours too, correct?
Yeah. So a while ago, so this when this design came into the planning stages, and I was looking it over, I had offered to kind of look it over and mention. I mentioned that because of my ancestry, my background is Indian. I could talk to my family and try to see if there was any things that we could look into reference wise that were important for the design. And when I had mentioned that, I didn't exactly expect that they would ask me to kind of look over everything, but cool. It was a really cool opportunity because I was able to kind of review the artwork, review the design behind it, make sure everything checked out. I did the majority of the research behind the concept. I was able to get really into the history of it and learn about this fighting style and what exactly it represented for the Indian people, and then kind of report that back to the developers. And so they gave me a chance to kind of offer suggestions. So the name of the unit was a suggestion that I gave, because there was multiple options I threw out there. They picked the students of Kalari Payatt. The funny thing is, so the actual fighting style it references is Kalari Payatt, right? But when I was doing my research, it mentioned that the term Kalari Payatt is a modern term. So that didn't come into use until the 19th century. But the fighting style is much older than the 19th century. So my suggestion was to split the word up and kind of give it more of that prototypal style. Like it was, referencing more of an older version of that fighting style versus the modern style, which is known as Kalari Payatt. And that's why we came to that decision. I know a lot people are probably looking it up and like, why does it say Kalari Payatt? It's like, because that's the modern term for the fighting style. And this is referencing, some like an older version of it.
Well, and my wife,
I was
just gonna say, my wife is a linguist, and I mean, she studies languages. I mean, that's part of her job, and I've just learning from her and languages coming from ancient languages to where they get a bit more modern. You find actually that ancient languages tend to be a little bit simpler in describing things, and more modern times we've added on to words, just over time, the progression of time, just things change and usually adding on more. So that kind of makes sense of what you're saying for that.
Yeah, I'm not a linguist, but I do a lot of research into languages because it's a really, there's a lot of depth into language, and a lot of when it comes to like world building, and when you're creating a fantasy series or you're creating a fictional world, how characters speak and how things are told is a big part of it. Kind of blame that on Final Fantasy. They have a bunch of fictional languages that they do, so I got into that, and then I was like, oh, linguist, but yeah, there's a lot of references to kind of what's going on here in 11th century when this fighting style was developed. Over time, what they were able to do was create an option for the villages to solve conflicts through duels. And these duels are known as ankam. And the ankam was basically, you have this practitioner of Kalari Payatt who would be a representative for a dispute or conflict or something that was going on between two major groups, and then the other group would pick a fighter to represent them, and these two fighters would duke it out, and basically whoever won would determine the winner of the conflict, and then that's how they would solve their issues during this era. And so I was like, oh, I definitely have to mention the duel. Like that's just a really cool concept. Is, you know, they're like, hey, you know, instead of a war, let's just put these two warriors who are using whip swords to solve our fights. And I think it's really important to mention Kalari Payatt is not just the whip sword. The Urumi was actually one of the final weapons that they would train with. They actually learned all kinds of weapons. They had clubs, they had spears, they had like claw weapons. They mastered all kinds of stuff.
So what you're saying is there's possibly going to be more, you know, with clubs, swords, and spears? Like more
options there. I'm just saying the fighting style isn't just whip swords. But
be cool for like a common hero or like a unique hero that, you know, fits with them and stuff. I really do like the kind of like the historical fiction approach, because you mentioned like the Kalari Payatt being kind of an invention here, directly referencing Kalari Payatt and stuff. And I think it's really neat seeing kind of this version of historical fiction where it's actively being informed by like the actual history of the region and kind of making inferences. And then you compare it to like the the historical fiction of classic Heroscape, you know, with Vikings that have horns on their helmets, heroes and stuff. And it's like that's not what Vikings were at all. Like they did not ever do that kind of ornamentation. And I think that's kind of a neat comparison, you know, the modern historical fiction unit versus the classic historical fiction unit. And like in this case, they are directly historical. There's some liberty taken, you know, with the name, but like it is intentionally hearkening to and directly referencing an active form, and it's just kind of envisioning it before it was what it's known as today, instead of just we stuck wings on Thorgrim and said he's a Viking.
I did a lot of research because I wanted to make sure, you know, we were paying homage, like a good respect to this, because I mean this is an old fighting style. This is one thing I didn't realize was, you know, Kalari Payatt was there's legends that say that the fighting style influenced and directly inspired Shaolin Kung Fu. So like they're saying that Kalari Payatt was the first fighting style, and then all the others descended from it. And I was like, oh man, that's super cool.
And that's fun for the parallel of it being the other Ular 3-man historical squad then, with the Shaolin monks being the one from Classic. Like there is a minor connection there beyond it just being, you know, martial artists in a squad of 3, but like it's kind of that physical potential, like historicity, I guess, connection. Like it's not necessarily proven fact, but it's at least like legend has it and stuff.
It's in legend. It's referenced a lot in the story.
And I also really love that this squad isn't like a lot of Classic's historical units were very caricature-esque by nature. Like the knights were your stereotypical knight in shining armor. The Vikings were horned helmets and stuff. The American Revolutionaries were all in blue coats, even though those were pretty rare in the army. I do like how this is kind of just a more direct approach of, you know, what the garb that people who are fighting with these weapons would wield. Variety, and I believe, because I did a little research, very cursory, so Jeremy, please correct me, but it was also a like a co-ed practice too. Like it wasn't reserved just for men, and that's why there's a woman in the squad. That
was my next
question
too.
You get to see a lot in historical squads across Classic. Like I think one of the ninjas of the Northern Wind is a woman, if I'm correct. But it's neat to see that in the common squad, because it wasn't a
so women actually trained as well,
segregated by gender.
With this, cool. So that's a nice reference. Just overall, I'm so happy that, because Jeremy, we talked about this even when we were just making Tales of Valhalla, when like Heroscape Revival was just a pipe dream, you know. But just to see that we're starting to like have that hope and realization that, you know, we can pull from we have countless examples of our human history, even like just the 5,000 years of written like human history, that we have documentation from all kinds of civilizations, all corners of the earth that we can pull from. And I think you've set the groundwork in showing like, okay, here's how we can do this with respect and do it right. So I just hope this is the catapult in which we can do more of this in the future, because it's fun. It shows respect, and we need more of this, because it's also, you learn more about our history, which is great, you know. And
it inspires, like, you know, young folk to also learn about history. Like, I think
exactly
part of why Heroscape was so successful back in the day, especially, there's a weird amount of homeschool kids who played Heroscape, but I think it really has to do with the historical side of it. Like, it gave kids who were interested in history something to play with historical characters in it, and it also exposed historical concepts and really archetypes. Like, you know, it's not an actual history book, but it is, you know, these concepts to people who wouldn't otherwise know. So I'm glad that we get to see Contemporary continue that, and also introduce a you know, a less Eurocentric view on historicals as well, as we're starting with India here, which is one of the world's largest populations, and that just never appeared in Classic, because the only things that were from Asia were samurai and ninjas, or the Shaolin monks, you know, got one squad and a hero. So it's just really cool seeing, historicals return. I know that was one of the things that everyone was upset about during the Vanguard HasLabs, that there wasn't historical, and it is a population and a people group and a fighting style that just hasn't been depicted before. Like, this isn't just rehashing Romans again. This is a brand new addition from a different time and a different culture. And I like that it also kind of helps flesh out Olar's historical summons a bit more into specifically being like trained warriors and stuff.
And yeah, Bill Flint's asking, did they invent the punch blades? And you said, Jeremy, they train with the, what's that, Qatar?
The Qatar. That's the Indian name for that weapon, yep.
The number of these weapons that I recognized exclusively from like Dark Souls and Elden Ring, like, shout out to From Software for including Indian weapons. But yeah, the Qatar is really cool. And then the Arumi, now every time I play Night Rain and I see an Arumi, I pick it up.
All right, well, let's look at the card and see what needed to be done, if what Jeremy had to do with it. So, Alar, students of Kalari Payatt, and human, common squad, student, confident, medium 5, life of 1, move of 6, range of 1, attack of 3, defense of 3, 70 points, with 3 minis there for it. Not bad. And it says, let's see here, the special abilities are reach. If an enemy figure is within 2 spaces of a student, I'm just going to say student, and its level is no more than 3 levels above that student's height or 3 levels below that student's base, the student may add 1 to its range value when attacking that figure. Become all eyes. A student that is not adjacent to any figure adds 1 to its attack and defense value. So you got reach, and then you have a buff for that reach after the fact. And Arumi strikes. After each student attacks for the first time each turn, if that student attacked an adjacent figure, that student may attack 1 additional normal attack against a different figure. So what you're telling me is that not only do they got reach, and that buffs their attack, but they can attack an additional time. So normal attack, that means you can't use reach though, right?
Well, so basically the way their kit works, like, this is, I think it's going to be one of the trickier ones for people to master, which is fitting for how difficult the Arumi was as a sword to master, and you know, the last stage of Kalari Payatt. But like, their whole gameplay loop is basically you can run them around, and with reach, if they're not adjacent to any figures, they're getting 4 attack at reach, 5 with height. So they like to stay just one space away from their opponent and whip into them. Or if they end up in melee, after they attack an adjacent figure, they can make an additional attack. And that additional attack could use reach if they kill the first target and they're not engaged with anyone else. So like you can run them into like 2 guys in melee and hit both of them. Or if there's like 2 enemies spread apart by like a space, you could run into one of them with a melee, and then if you get the kill, you can then use reach with Become All Eyes for 4 attack on the second. Or you can just intentionally keep them at reach for the 4 attack. Like there's a lot of, I think, interesting decision points with this squad that is going to make it a really spicy play.
No, it is. No, I'm just making sure I'm reading the Urumi strikes right, because it says make 1 additional normal attack, but a normal attack can include reach and Become All Eyes then.
Yeah, because reach is just changing the range value, but it's not a special attack.
Okay.
Like it is still a normal attack. It just is a normal attack at range 2 within the parameters that exist.
So yeah, that now, like thinking back,
you do have to kill the first target though, because you can't hit someone with reach if you're still engaged with another figure, because you can't attack non-adjacent figures when you're engaged.
But could you just attack, do a first attack with reach on somebody, and then still do a second attack and use reach again, like on a different?
No, because you have to attack an adjacent figure to trigger the Urumi strikes.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
So yeah, you can run into a crowd and try to clear them, or you can run into one guy and hit him, and then if he dies, you get a second to whip out. Or you can just hit 2 adjacent. It really is a tricky one to kind of master, but it is a lot of fun.
No,
gameplay wise.
The potential of doing 6 attacks in a 3-man squad, there's that potential. That makes
at the very least, you can get pretty consistently 6 attacks out if you want to, but doing so, you're throwing your guys to the wolves, because now they're going to be 3 defense and melee. They're great against range. I think they're going to struggle against massed melee, but even then they have some tools for it.
Yeah, well, in a common squad, for a common squad of 3, 70 points, it'd be good at least to get 3 or 4 squads on the board to really make them effective. And considering the fact they're not bonding with anybody, they're going to be a heavy squad, heavy army. So, which is great because you get a box of them. There's 2 each. Get 2 boxes, 4 squads. Boom. Bob's your uncle. You get yourself
they're
an
great.
Army.
Either as the bulk of an army, or splashes as well. Just the 6 move reach attack of 3 to 4 is good. I think you're in a standard cheese of 500 points, 24 hexes. I think you'll see 7 of these guys plus a Samu, which is at 500, do some crazy work.
It's gonna be fun.
They do take a lot of finesse to get right, because you have to keep them away from each other, because they need their space to properly get the whips active.
Right.
But they are powerhouses. They're gonna hit real hard. That reach attack for 5, if you can get 3 of them with Become All Eyes active on height against a key hero, you're throwing 15 attack dice, and you're probably gonna kill that hero if it's average rolls. So they are just really strong.
Nice. And Jeremy, so tell us about the making of this card. So what was your input in for it?
So I was able to suggest the power Become All Eyes, because as part of their training, one of the things that Kalari Payatt practitioners are said to be able to achieve is a optimal state of awareness, to where they basically train to the point where everything becomes instinctual to them, that they can just react to a situation that is taking place at any point, at any, or all around them, and they describe this state as becoming alive. And so when I saw that phrasing when I was doing the research, I was like, hey, this is something that they could do. This is one of their suggested abilities. And then I saw it on the card later on in the development cycle, and I was like, oh yeah, that's cool.
It's such a cool translation of the concept to the theme, and it works so well with their kit.
Yeah, because that's all I said was that was something that they could do, was become fully present and fully aware of their surroundings. And the dev team, so the ones that were working on the powers, that's what they turned it into, and they used the phrase that's described in the fighting styles, Become Alive. So I thought that was really cool.
No, that's again another common squad that's probably going to be like a high-ranking tier, for sure.
I think they're going to be one of the strongest in contemporary.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not going to be like the easiest army to run,
right?
But I think veteran players and like the competitive crowd are going to find that these guys are very similar to Morrow Stingers in as much as they're a 3-man non-bonding squad with, I mean, in this case, kind of range. But what they lack in the range of the Morrow Stingers, they make up for in really brutal attack output. Like these guys are probably some of the strongest melee units, and they're very fast.
Yeah, very fast. Yeah, when it take much, and you see a bunch of you see 4 or 6 squads worth of these on the field. You're gonna be like, oh boy, I'm in for it. You should.
It's I think like 420 points for 6 squads of them. So like you still have 80 points left over then for like a couple of battlecopters in a Samu or Scarlet, or just another squad of students in a Samu. Like, yeah, I don't know what the optimal build is other than just stacking them. Like if you're in a lower point or figure limit, or like a triple 10 or a rule of 9 lock or something, like what you put with them. But they're good. They're good on their own. They're great when you have a ton of them, as long as you can space them out so they're not all clustered together in the start zone and your opponent hits you with an AoE.
This is true. You have to get them out fast and only can move 3 at a time. So it's yeah, you have to try and figure it out. But using their whip sword as a defensive weapon, I don't know how that. Yeah, I guess it kind of plays into that.
Yeah, I think the added defense from Become All Eyes is more they're just completely aware of their surroundings and able to dodge attacks and batter them aside with the shields. And I do love also just the shields being the kind of like bulbous banded shields there with the protrusions. Like I don't think we've seen a design for a shield like that in Heroscape before, and it's just cool seeing that type of shield represented.
That shield is actually referencing the Kalari Payatt shields. If you check out any pictures of the fighting style in the places where they train, they have those shields on the wall and they use those shields. So we actually reference the actual shield that they use in the fighting.
I'm assuming the bulbous like protrusions are for parrying, I would have to imagine, right?
Yeah, they use it to block the Irumi. Whenever they're fighting with the swords, they block it as well. There's like
nice. Yeah, because you kind of got to block your own sword if it's whipping back at you.
For sure.
What's that?
I said you probably have to block your own sword if it's going to whip back at you.
Yeah.
Potential, yeah.
Like, man, thinking about, like, whips are already hard enough, but, like, a whip made of metal that can slice you if you're not careful. That is. Yeah. I'm glad confident is their personality, too, because, like, they're not arrogant about it, but, yeah, if they've trained this long, they're going to be confident in their abilities.
Yeah, definitely encourage if you ever have a chance to watch some videos of the fighting style, and especially you can look up Irumi usage because they have like ceremonial videos of them doing it, and it's
when you
wild.
Uncoil it is so cool. Like it's like a clang. Like it's a really cool sound effect.
Interesting. It's just amazing that this type of thing it's actually a real life thing.
Yeah, it definitely feels like something that would be out of a fantasy just for those of us not familiar with it to begin with, and it's. I mean, I just want to know who was the first person to make a long strand of metal that was flexible. Say, this is my weapon now. Like this is how I'm going to kill people. Is going to be hitting them with a long, bendy metal piece that, if I'm not careful, will just kill me in the process. Like it's really impressive, but I have to imagine the terror that inspires for someone not expecting it. Like, what do you got? Oh my, that is a spinning snake of death made out of metal.
Yeah, and as Bill Flint says, you're getting both a range and melee squad in a single squad. Yep, you are, and it's a sight to behold. And Jeremy, thank you so much. Please, I can't wait for the next one that you create, because when we say historical, we want historical minis. This is pretty much on the nose of what we're looking for.
Mighty fine reference work there, going back to the originals and making informed decisions when there might have been gaps, and just kind of getting a proper representation of this fighting style and this people. Like that's really cool, and I appreciate the work you put in for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Justin saying if they're students, where's the professor?
Mm-hmm.
They're not students of a person. They're students of a martial art. So
Mm-hmm.
they're students in as much as they are, people who have studied and are practicing this method. If they're students of anyone, it's probably just a more experienced martial artist.
Absolutely. And so that's taking a look at students of Kalari Payatt. And I will say one thing though, that the only minor detail is that the whites of their eyes is not impressive. I just do.
I'm curious if that's going to be on the final models or if that was just a paint master thing that they
Maybe.
scrapped, because we've seen them kind of do away with eyes for a lot of the humanoids now,
Yes,
which
please.
is nice.
No eyes.
Also, one other final note. We're still waiting on the Verdant Pack to properly get stuff, like a full, army and stuff.
Here we go.
In Citadel, because they didn't get much. But man, the students are dropping in hot and putting the Verdant Pact, I think, on the map.
Well, just wait till you get the dwarves.
Yeah, I can't wait to see dwarves and the Green Knight and like some of those other things that were teased. But if nothing else, like if we never got any other packed figures in Citadel, like the students are a good first start, and I'm really excited to run them.
Absolutely. All right.
I'll step away for real quick, but I'll be right back.
No worries, Jerry. No worries. All right. So now we get into the classic stuff, Sir Gilbert, and so now
reboots or remasters, excuse me.
Yeah, remasters basically, and not wanting to like rehash what we talked about on Sunday, but we just great options for being able to afford now these when you couldn't really. I mean, flag bearers, guys. Flag bearers are some of the most expensive stuff that you can try and get from Classic Heroscape. It's not cheap, and the price of these that Renegade is offering for them, it's incredible. It's just
something interesting I noticed too. This is something I realized when I was reviewing some of the material as it was going live. Out of the 12, I think it was 12 army cards here that we see in this wave, 7 of them are from Earth.
Yep.
8 of them are historical, but 7 of them are from Earth because you also include the Twilight Clan Riders. So yeah, having 6 historicals, and like 7 Earth, like that's just a cool thing to see. Like we haven't had a lot of Earth focus in Contemporary, and while sure 4 of these new army cards are just remasters of old army cards, like it is cool seeing Earth get some nice presence amidst all the Icarias and Phalons and Alpha Primes.
Absolutely. So this is Sir Gilbert, and I like the rehash to where it's just not armor. It shows like a uniqueness to who he's who's whatever the reference is, but because usually like knights in armor, especially ones who are like more of a higher rank, weren't exactly all armor. They had like a bit of color to them.
They would have
clothes.
like a tabard or a surcoat over their armor, usually as a way to designate who they were on the battlefield.
Exactly.
And I think the classic model had that, but it was a bit more metal looking. I do love how the art and also the remaster model kind of shows those colors. Again, looking at real history instead of just historical fiction,
right? Or
historical fantasy. Like it would be nice to see more of that, to where they're not just your standard, big shiny bulwark of metal. And it's like, no, these were, they had armor, they had like a chainmail hauberk, and then they had, plate mail over that, and then they had like a surcoat or a tabard of some kind. I do really like the gold that they use, the color scheme. It just fits really well for the character and for Jandar's armies. Love the way this mini looks, and as someone who doesn't have an actual official Sir Gilbert, I'm excited to finally add one to my collection later this year.
Yeah, and Justin saying $20 at Toys R Us, but it was 1 figure instead of 5 or 6. Yep. Yeah, it was 1 lone figure, and that was just 1 flag bearer originally. And all the flag bearers were like that, but they got raised up in value very quickly.
When I was getting back into Heroscape, around the time of the HasLab and soon after, the average flag bearer cost was between 100 to 150, and I think it's still pretty close to that. It hasn't gone up as much as I would have expected, but Laglor, I think, is like the hardest to get. He's usually around like 180 and stuff. So definitely hoping we can get through all of these flag bearers and the remasters.
Oh, yes, I can't wait.
I only got Kalari because I knew someone who had like a spare, and I was like, hey, I'll pay $90 or whatever, and they're like, sure, and I got everything except for the D20, so it was well worth it.
All right, let's read the lore. Sir Gilbert. Sir Matthias Gilbert scans the report, brow furrowing. The Ursine vanguards have been stalled by combined forces below. The Meridians. Okay, we're getting Meridians, guys. They keep on talking about it.
They really do get mentioned a lot. Yeah,
we're getting them. Are apprehending the rogue Deathwalker on Anun's shores. Oh, there we go. Even the MacDirk clan has its hands tied securing Lar for the Alliance. Jandar's orders were clear. Prioritize the Citadel expedition, maintain Nastraland's borders, prevent the Combine and Covenant from securing lost relics. The Pact is to be monitored as well. With all of these factors, it is up to Sir Gilbert to dispatch allies at crucial moments, reinforcing key battles or hastening the efforts of laggardly offensives. But the sizable might of Jandar's armies is spread thin. At the moment, only he and his own trusted knights are available, and that's really all you need. Sir Gordon, he says, rousing from the report, marshal the Westons. We march the Weston. We march for the Citadel at dawn. Tell Sir Deneric he is given command of the Ordo and Kaladin fortress in my absence. Sir Gordon salutes before departing. So who's Sir Gordon? Departing to relay this latest dispatch, leaving Matthias to return to his thoughts. Even with Jandar summoning additional troops daily once more, the new alliance cannot withstand a prolonged war with nothing to show. New recruits need time to train and can only hold Nastraland defensively in the meantime. What with the alliance needs now is a victory, something to unify both of its Kiri houses. They must be swift, and they must fight harder. Bill Flynn's asking me, do we know if the dice will be remastered like Revna or Utgard dice? I have to take a look at the box, but it's...
They appear to be... I was looking closely at it because I was trying to figure out if it was going to be the same as the Valkyrie dice, the classic. It doesn't seem like it has the same indentions for the pad printing or the stickers that the classic dice had, but it does seem to be pad printed to have white background with red skull or blue shield.
You're still going to get a bag. You're still going to get dice.
You're going to get a bag and dice, and the dice aren't going to be the same monochromatic symbols that the Revna and Utgard dice had. The feedback on those not being popular was received loud and clear, and as someone who loves those dice, I've been going back and using them, and I'm like, man, needing different color symbols is more important than I think I ever gave it credit for.
Absolutely.
And I love like my World's 2025 dice, the clear with the gold.
Me too.
The Utgard dice, which are the dark red and black with silver, like they all look cool, but the feedback for red symbols and blue symbols was well heard.
Yes. And
it is going to be very noticeable on the new dice. They also seem to be a darker blue material, which I'm excited for. Like they look really pretty from the mock-up we see, at least on the back of it.
Yeah, and so at the very least we are getting dice, and that's the mark they got to hit, though, because it's just one thing. Okay, we're getting a bag of dice. Hopefully they're good. When we start unboxing these things and be like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, 45 unpainted for only 2 figures is rough. Like it's that much because it has the dice. So like because it's going to cost that much, the dice better be good.
Yeah.
But the dice bag I think is going to be pretty solid. Lee's been showing it off a lot, and I think the Dungeon Crawler Carl RPG that they were doing Kickstarter for the crowdfunding for recently.
Right.
One of their big like stretch goals or like bundle bonuses was fancy like high quality dice bags, so I bet it's the same manufacturer that they're using for that game to keep stuff up, because I think they're using the same mini manufacturers for the Carl minis as well, which are pre-painted, so probably kind of utilizing their resources and sharing it across lines, which is cool.
Right, I've seen a moment of that, yes. But now going back to this now, it's actually very short lore, but we already kind of know about Sir Gilbert, so this is just establishing what's going on during Citadel, and it's really cool. I like to say Marshal the Westons. You know, it was always my thought, like in a classic film, you know. Spartacus, you know, I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus, I am Spartacus. I always thought of doing a scene like, no, I'm Weston, no, I'm Weston, no, I'm Weston. And just from sense of, if you ever watched Burn Notice back in the 2000s, you could say something like, no, I'm Michael Weston, no, I am Michael Weston, no, I am Michael Weston, you know, and just have some fun. Anybody who, if you know, you know. But that's always been a thought in my mind. Never done it yet in the animation realm, but that would be fun.
There's some fun trivia with this bio. So Matthias, the first name given to Gilbert, is a reference to Matthias Maccabeus, is his screen name, also known as Ken Williams, who has been the head judge at Gen Con.
Yeah, and then we have Sir Gordon in here as well. There you go.
And
There's your shout out for
Matthias / Ken, and then Gordon Berg is his his co-host for the Jandar's Dispatch podcast.
My competition, by the way,
is directly named after Sir Gilbert's power. So it's kind of fun that we got to weave in just kind of an homage to some of the long-standing community members and creators in this bio, because it was directly the figure that Ken is known the most for playing, and that Gordon and he kind of named their podcast after. And Ken's signature catchphrase, play faster, which is what he'll yell at Gen Con at people to encourage them to hasten their games. You'll see this bio also mentions specifically that Gilbert's mission here is to hasten his forces. So it is that's also mechanically how it works, but it is kind of just some fun little trivia and Easter eggs there, just referencing one of the people that we work with a lot, especially for Gen Con, as the head judge. So getting Ken immortalized, in the Heroscape canon is a fun thing to see happen.
That's really cool. And there was
Sir Gordon's probably not a hero, more likely just one of the many Sir Knights of Weston.
No, I was going to. I know there was a name in here that I was looking at. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Where is it? Oh yeah, Kaladin Fortress. What's Kaladin?
Yeah, so Kaladin Fortress.
Oh, Kaladin. Okay.
Is actually something I invented in a scenario way back when. So if you go back to the third monthly scenario, the one from November of 24, that's where Sir Gilbert sends out basically a recall notice to all of Jandar's forces, telling them to retreat and take defensive positions. And Kaladin Fortress is one of the positions that he recalls some people to. It's a castle somewhere in Phalanx.
Okay.
And that's all that's really known. I think it's also the fortress that Kare Ga breaks into in her bio. So that's what Kaladin Fortress is. It's just one of Jandar's castles that is a invention of contemporary era Heroscape. And the Ordo, of course, being the Ordo Borealis, and Sir Denric being Sir Denric from Classic. For
sure. And looking at now the card, now we should already probably know what this card is, but the points change. And I'll just casually just go through it just for those listening who may not know, because Sir Gilbert, it is kind of a rare, or was a rare.
Yeah, he's a figure I should have didn't have. He's been a competitive staple for forever, but for those of us who weren't playing competitive back in the day, or who didn't, have the Toys R Us exclusives, this is potentially new for you. And he is, there's a reason he costs 45 more points in contemporary now than he did at launch. He is much better than I think they initially pointed him for.
So he was 105 originally?
Yep, originally 105, and then he went up to 160
for Delta?
During for Renegade points Renegade points. Craig Van Ness and co had set originally when Heroscape got its remaster, or its like relaunch here, and then it's gone down from 160 to 150 now, and that's what its official cost is going forward. Is Sir Gilbert is 150 points now.
Okay, that's fair. And okay, so for those of you who don't know, yes, Sir Gilbert under Jandar, human, unique hero, champion, valiant, medium 5, life of 6, move of 5, range of 1, attack of 3, defense of 4, 150 points. So pretty
like
solid
base stats alone, that's pretty good. Like he's 2 less
for a
attack
hero.
and 1 more defense and 2 less life than Adelburn, who's at the same points.
Right.
Now Adelburn has an auto wound ability and a crazy high attack, and I think also 1 more move. But y'all will see. Gilbert still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve that make him a direct competitor with Adelburn if you're running him with Frost Claws.
Mm-hmm. And so we have Jandar's Dispatch. After you take a turn with Sir Gilbert, you may roll 12 Jandar Valkyrie dice. Choose up to 4 Jandar squad figures you control that are within 8 clear sight spaces of Sir Gilbert. You may move each chosen figure a number, so basically a squad's worth. Number of space, the chosen figure a number of spaces up to the number of Jandar symbols rolled. So it can be usually I think I've played against Sir Gilbert.
Per die.
Yeah, you in my times playing against Sir Gilbert and opponents' armies, the common movement is usually like anywhere from like 1 to 3, typically. So it still, movement advantage is very, very important, especially with the knight builds.
You're rolling on average around 3 to 4 on average. And of course it'll spike or flatten out pretty quickly. Like it's not a guarantee, and that is tough, but it does make up for the knight's weakness of 4 move. It's also great with like Ordo Borealis and Great Bow Archers who don't want to move on their turns. Yeah, there's a reason he has been the strongest flag bearer for a while, and it's because his ability is just very versatile and useful.
Yep. These are Jandar squad figures, so that's interesting. So it doesn't necessarily have to be knights. Hey, good point. Good point.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, though it can't be heroes. So like you can't move Frizzed up with it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Frost Claws and the Knights of Weston are slow moving. The Ordo Borealis and the Great Bows, and to an extent even like the Omnicron Snipers, like they all kind of want to be in good positions to shoot, so that helps them get closer to where they want to be when they're shooting. Like Gilbert is just very, very versatile, and he's got that melee attack aura too that makes him strong in bonding melee armies, which is his main use.
And then he's got melee attack aura 1. All friendly figures adjacent to Sir Gilbert with a range value of 1 add 1 to their attack value. So it's not good for ranged units, but for the knights, it's excellent. You all stay together, you protect Sir Gilbert, and you form perimeter. So you got to get through the knights before you get to him.
So that makes the knights 4/4s then.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's good, and he'll be good. I think we'll see him a lot with the MacDirks as well, because they're just going to be cheaper than the knights, as we'll get to in a moment. Sure. And at 6 life 4 defense, like he makes a good chieftain for them too, because he can take some wounds without immediately dying and giving them good attack buffs.
Yep, that's tough to get those wounds with a defense of 4, potentially 5.
Yeah, so. Knights are partially so good because of that 4 defense. Like 3 attack is standard, but 4 defense is kind of that threshold where you see squad figures like really start sticking around longer than you would expect them to. And that's why the Necrotech Reavers are right now one of the strongest in contemporaries. They've got that 4 defense. Like that is the threshold where your defense goes from being, technically you roll defense, to like, no, you actually can withstand some serious blows if you're lucky.
So happy that we're getting flag. We've been asking for flag, like a reversion of the flag bearers, and we're getting them. And if we're getting one, more than likely we're getting more, including probably additionals for the other Valkyrie generals too.
Yeah, the demand is definitely there, so we just got to see how well they sell and stuff, obviously.
I think they'll sell.
I'm excited, and I'm also really happy. Like of all the units from Classic to make a return, seeing Knights with Gilbert is it just feels right. Like it's such a visually appealing and classic vibe. I think it's going to look great on like Gen Con tables when you have passersby seeing a bunch of knights surrounding a flag bearing knight fighting against ninja motorcycles and demons and stuff. Like it's so cool visually. So I'm excited to see that. kind of archetypical thing return. And this is a nice way to get more historicals, even though they're not new historical figures. Like, we are going to see more Earth humans from the past in the contemporary arena.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at Sir Gilbert. All right, and we have, let's see, in the chat, we have Justin saying, "Swift like a raging river, with the force of a great typhoon." Yeah.
Li Shang from Li Shang and Mulan as unique heroes when human champion Li Shang and Mulan.
Yeah, I love that song. I listen to that song.
I was in a production of that for high school. It was memorable for sure. I got to play as the the skinny, like, voice cracky of the three, like, soldiers. There's like the tall lanky one, the short fat one, and the big and like the big fat one. I got to play the skinny one, and that was a lot of fun.
Nice.
That's fun. And let's see here, Alastair MacDirk. Where now that definitely does look like Mel Gibson, but the mini itself has a Mel Gibson. It's all these like redhead. So definitely probably a little bit more historical accurate, because
the sword on that new mini is huge. Like that is a Zweihander right there. Like that is a full on two-handed broadsword. I love how his remastered mini turned out.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
And he was, that first Gen Con of Renegade's run, he was the guy you ran with Frost Claws. Like, it was the last Bears meta, because it was all Alastair plus Bears. Like, all top 8 tables were Alastair.
Well, now he's official. Watch out with those Bears now. All right, let's read this.
Both Bears. Yep. He also works with Gnarlies.
Very true. Alastair MacDirk. The whetstone glides steadily along the well-used blade of the claymore. With each pass, the effort is smoother as the edge is honed back to the cutting shape. The battle-scarred hand that holds the stone is like a brother to the sword it sharpens. It knows every notch in the hilt, every tiny scratch on the surface of the blade. Sergeant Drake Alexander watches his friend work, both their eyes following the repetitive course of the whetstone. "I know it's a lot to ask, Alastair, especially after all these years." Drake removes his helmet, resting it on the step next to them, wiping his brow. "Heck, I wasn't sure what to think at first myself." He pauses, looking out over the rolling hills and rocky crags of the Nastra countryside. The sound of the stone on the metal stops as Alastair examines his work before looking up from the blade. "It remind me of home at times, though I do wonder if I ever know my own country after so long in this world, eh?" The Scotsman pauses, then rotates the claymore and begins his work again. "Those blue bastards and fleshless beasts have cut down many of my brothers, Drake. Yours too, if I recall." "I know. Trust me. I know that, Alastair, but I trust Jandar with my life." Drake looks over at his friend. "Ukar's gone. As crazy as it sounds, he's not gone. And this might just be our best chance at finding peace for this world.
They're gone, guys.
And something like safety for the rest of our worlds to boot." The Scotsman stands up, sheathing his enormous blade. Scars crisscross his muscled forearms like writing, weaving a story of countless battles fought. He extends a hand to the sergeant and gives a knowing smile. "Aye, lad, ye right. Jandar is an honorable leader and a good man. I haven't stopped fighting yet, and I dinna intend to quit anytime soon. Besides," he adds, "any beast of Ukar's are still better allies than the buddy English." The two veterans of the War for Valhalla let out a hearty laugh as they make their way back into the fortress.
I love this bio. Just as someone who's got a little bit of British heritage, but a good large amount of Scottish, Irish, and I think French, and even a little bit of Cherokee. Like, my bloodline, aside from the little part that is British, hates the British. Like, if we're just going by direct ancestry. So seeing Alastair here be like, it could be worse. I could have to fight with the British. It's like, yes, Alastair. Yes, Alastair.
I'm looking at the bright side of things, you know.
And I think that's kind of a fun little bit in the lore because it
yeah,
brings into account, I mean, the very real actual war and atrocities that were committed against the Scottish people in the times of like England forming Britain and stuff. But also it's just kind of fun seeing that now pretty much gone rivalry. Like it's not like there's a ton of people who really are Scottish and hate the English and back and forth. 'Cause that's enough generations back.
yeah.
But it is kind of fun seeing that rivalry exist. And as someone who's not really Scottish at all but has some of the heritage, I do love a good roast of the English.
It's a recognition of that part of history, which again makes it, again, this is another one that's just a bit fun, but a little bit of like a historical type of fun.
I'm talking about historical fiction. Yeah, I don't know how many dudes are actually built like this, but he looks cool.
He does look cool.
Like that new the new sculpt, like the pose, the detailings on the kilt and the shoulder armor, the forearm guards, like it sword. I'm really excited for this. As someone, I think I had the card and I might have had an Alastair mini that we lost way back when. But like I've never really run Alastair, so getting a physical version of him and this one with a cool massive big ol' I'ma kill you sword is exciting.
Yeah.
Tempted to, I mean, I'm probably gonna get this set pre-painted, but there's part of me that kind of wants to do it unpainted and have him match the gnarl furs, just tartan and color wise.
No, I wonder if they asked.
As well.
I wonder if they asked themselves the question on who's prettier. They need an Irishman coming in and talking about their own island and saying who's the prettiest.
I really just want to see Alastair and Concan have a hair off.
A hair off.
Wow.
Both of them have majestic, long, flowing hair as they wield swords for Jandar.
I'm sorry, I'm going with the redhead in this one. I think redheads tend to be the best.
The sculpt of Alastair's face, like I'd have to go back and look at the classic sculpt, but like that is actually a very Scottish face. Like I'm impressed by the level of detailing they got on that there. Like that looks like a bloke you might see at the pub, as you might say. Like that actually looks like a very human face, and I appreciate that approach to the character.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the card real quick. So Jandar, Alastair MacDirk, human, unique hero, champion, Valiant, medium 5. At 110 points, life of 6, move of 5, range of 1, attack of 5, defense of 3. And
it's hard.
Yeah, he hits hard, especially with the Claymore. You're going to hit hard. Overextended. Once per round, after taking a turn with Alastair MacDirk, you may place a wound marker on Alastair and take another turn with him. So, in essence, just double movement. You got to do a little bit of a sacrifice for it, but it's worth it.
And it plays well into the MacDirks as well, which we'll get to in a bit.
Yes.
But yeah, he was running those tables like a menace at Gen Con 2024. And for 200 points running him with the gnarl furs, like that is going to be just a diabolical melee run right there.
It's going to be fun.
So yeah, I'm excited to see it. And yeah, with 5 attack and that overextend, you're getting on average from him like 4 attacks a round if you're running him on all 3 order markers or running a bonding squad for all 3 order markers. So yeah, as long as he is a bright burning flame, he'll burn out pretty quickly because like Adelburn, only 3 defense, even with 8 life, isn't gonna stay around forever.
Right.
And he actively wounds himself to do more. But for only 110 points, like you're gonna get your value, I think, pretty quickly. And you can also run him with Frost Claws. That's only 230 points for the squad and the hero. Gnarlies would be 200, and then if you can run him with the MacDirks or the Knights. The MacDirks being kind of what he was originally built for. But I think we'll see him as probably the best Jandar champion if you're not running like Adelburn or Gilbert, in their standard builds. Like Alastair is probably the one you want to splash in if you're running Gnarlies or Frosties, and you don't necessarily have the points for what's his name for Adelburn.
And is there any different? Is the points the same? Is it all the same from the original card?
His points stayed the exact same.
Nice.
I believe he was 110 in the original run as well.
That's what I thought. So yeah, same thing, same card. And I'm
curious to see if he ever benefits from running with Jean, because you can give him then the like Faithful Spirit. So if you're facing a big attack, but only at 3 defense, like having that Jeanne, since she's also human champion, like I'd be curious to see if there's anything good to run with the two of those together in like Knights or Scots.
And again, you get the classic outlook or classic design of the cards too for these. I forgot to mention that when it comes to Gilbert, but you do.
I love that they got to do that for the remasters.
Mm-hmm. That's just a great nod for those who enjoyed Heroscape in the past as well. But yeah, so that's taking a look at Alastair MacDirk. Excellent. And you get them both in the same box too, which is more valuable for value for them because they're almost like what, $20-25 I think, something like that.
It's 45 and then 65 pre-painted because it comes with the dice.
Oh, are they? Okay. So
yeah, because they come with the dice in the bag.
Oh, right. No, yeah, you're right. Still,
but
it's like,
I mean, even that, like, just the two of them added onto, like, if you have the AOA, just the AOA Master set, like, Gilbert and Alastair on top of Bears is like, that's a good chunk of your army right there. Like, you can do a lot with that.
Well, and considering the old Sir Gilbert again is like 100 plus, so there you go. It's
Well, and what I
think they updated the price.
Did they? I thought it was
55 painted. Yeah.
Oh, it's 55, right? Yeah, no, the 65 was an error. Now I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, $10 gap is not bad. And what I also really like about it, and we'll get into this more with the Knights and the Scots again. You can get those squads, 2 squads for $35. So, if you're running, let's say 4 squads of Knights, that's only $70 before tax. Then slap on the Sir Gilbert and Alastair box, that's another $45. You're looking at just around before tax and shipping and stuff, $115 for a very competitive army of Gilbert and 4 Knights. So like,
there you go.
New player onboarding, that's huge.
Yep.
That's a very, very sturdy, tried and true army of 4+ squads of Knights and Gilbert. It may not be a full 5 Knights in Gilbert army, but you have all that. You have 30 points left over for like a filler hero, or if you're playing at 5/10, you can slot Jeanne in. Like, it's just really good for new player onboarding, and I'm glad that the Knights can kind of be there to welcome new players in.
Absolutely. All right, and then next we have Zetacron. Again, the artwork on this one is just like
so good.
Yeah, it's
like
really
a mix
good.
Between Titanfall and Transformers, and I am here for it.
Yep. And then actually makes the
looks like a Tau mech from 40k even.
It makes the sculpt actually look just less desirable because like, oh, this is so detailed, and then we get to this one, like it's still cool. Don't get me wrong, it's still cool, but
yeah, I'm excited to see what people can do painting as Zetacron here.
Yeah, for sure.
Even the sculpts go up from the original in as much as like detailing and stuff. I think the feet got a bit smaller weirdly, but the detailing is definitely better on the new model than it was on the original even.
All right, and then let's read the lore for Zetacron. Again, Zetacron. Now this one, I think this is a box on its own, right?
Yes, yeah. He is 20 unpainted, 30 pre-painted.
There you go.
And we just saw him in 10K's, Deathwalker 10K's bio. So.
Zetacron is another one. How much are you buying like an original Zetacron? It's like
he's 100 plus because he's part of Aquila's Alliance, and that box runs like 500.
It's a lot
usually.
So it's great that not only getting flag bearers, we're also getting Aquila's Alliance. Minis are the start of it.
Like really rare heroes from the end of the game's print run that didn't get many printings.
So if we get more of these, if we get Zetacron for a start, then
not blaming anyone, but Aquila's Alliance came out during Wizards of the Coast's control of the game, so
no, as
not pointing fingers or anything.
As Toothpick would quote, "Darn Wizards," that's. But no, it's cool that we're getting this in because that means it's like, okay, there's a possibility that we could be getting more from that, and this just helps the collectors.
Well, and if they do the rest of that box too, like Zelrig is in that box, and please, Zelrig, deliver us from Cobra Troopers.
Let's do it.
Because Zelrig just says, Cobra Troopers, nah, fam, they're gone, and I really hope we see him soon.
No, I agree. All right, let's read the lore for here. Okay. Excuse me. It says Zetacron. Excerpts from speeches delivered at the Medal of Nastra's Valor ceremony honoring Zetacron. Everybody's just taken to the podium, basically. And
these remastered bios also are acknowledging that, yeah, these guys have been around for a while. Like, these are remastered units, but like they've been in the fight, you know, alongside us for all these years. Like, these bios do acknowledge, yeah, these characters are old and they're veterans and they're here to keep fighting.
There you go. Here we go. Zetacron fights with the honor and lives and fights with honor and lives with conviction. I could not present this award to a more deserving individual. Concan the Kalari Warrior. Did you know Z here is 3,483 years old? He doesn't look a day over 2,800. But in all seriousness, Zeta has been a true friend to me the past 10 years, and he and his inventions have saved my life more times than I can count. I can't thank him enough. And that comes from Sergeant Drake Alexander. The next we have Zetacron is a true genius and a real Meridian hero. One day he will return to Meridian and set things right, but until then, I am glad we get to work together here to fight for this world's future. And this is coming from Fragger. Who is Fragger? This is a character we don't know, I don't think.
Question.
Say what?
No idea.
Yeah.
I said good question.
Yeah. A good question for another time, apparently. But I imagine it's probably some type of Meridian. Because we're talking about Meridians again. Meridians again. This is like a huge, nod. Yeah. And the
line through all these bios, yeah.
And like the kind of silence from the peanut gallery tells me that I'm kind of on the mark. And then beyond the Medal of Valor he has just received, I will bestow upon Zetacron the honor of studying my gauntlets, as he incessantly requests. He has earned that much, I think. Knight Irene, saying. And then a person is defined by their actions, especially when they have no easy choice. When the day is darkest, do they act in their own interest or for the benefit of others? Let us today celebrate Zetacron for his actions, his heroism, and his generosity are an inspiration we would all do well to emulate. Paragon. It's Paragon. That sounds familiar.
Also an unknown name.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I love these little nods. I'll be honest, I can't sum up everything Zetacron has meant to me in a single speech. So I'll leave you all with this. Zetacron was the first off-worlder to show me compassion. Though I know he says he isn't capable of feeling such things, that's the thing about Z. He is more than just the sum of his parts, and he is capable of a lot more than he thinks. Without a doubt, Zetacron is the reason I've survived so long on the surface, and not just because he builds me gill suits and guns. And that's Fritz Galligan. All right.
I do love the Zetacron Frizzed bromance, because we see them, going to the shore, and they're working together, and then in 10K goes crazy, and then Zetacron's the one who made Frizz's suit. Like, I really enjoy kind of the friendship we have between these two. Very different characters, a robot pulled from another planet and a fish person from the planet itself. It's just a nice kind of friendship that I really appreciate having developed.
Yeah, no, it's special. So there you go, guys. Some hints, and yeah, we got so much to expect. And again, the card art, and I think the card art would be so you get a picture of the miniature that Renegade's releasing in the classic card art, and then
the classic style cards have mini photos, and the updated card art, or the updated card format has the same art like the other cards do.
Yeah, no, that's lovely. And let's read the card real quick. Is there any difference in this card compared to the classic card?
I think it's actually just a 1-for-1 again. Even in Delta, I think his points maybe went up 10 at most. Zetacron is very good. He's probably one of the best fillers in the game. That's part of the reason he's so expensive, beyond just there barely being any of him. But he is a very solid filler hero, and getting him in contemporary is huge for people wanting to add him to the collection, and also just because he's powerful.
I'll say for the Renegade card art, the depth of field that the gun shows is really nice. On that's just a well designed piece of art right there. Okay.
I love the art. It's like up with like the G.I. Joe card art and quality of the art itself.
Yeah.
I hope we'd see this artist, continue to do stuff on the game.
Yeah. Was this Yugen?
I honestly don't know
who
did the art for this one.
But it's really well done. Zetacron, so Solborg, Unique Hero, Scout, Precise, Large 7. Life of 2, Move of 5, Range of 8, Attack of 2, Defensive 4, and 60 points. And the Range of 8 is very important.
That is second longest in Heroscape for base range value, or second longest in Contemporary behind Savaris, and third behind Savaris and Deathwalker 10K's special attack and Frizz's special attack.
And
which that's another fun thing is that he and Frizz are both the Jandar long range combatants. He's not a sniper, so you can't deputize him, but they're both very long range combatants.
And he's got Deadly Shot. When rolling attack dice with Zetacron, each skull rolled counts for 1 additional skull. So if you have an attack of 2 or 3, and you roll a skull, that's 2 skulls. If you roll 2 skulls, that's 4 skulls. And if you're on height, 6 skulls if you roll 3. So there you go.
Plus, he's also a good one to run with the wheel bike or the bikers and Concan, because making his attack go from 2 to 3 with Deadly Shot or 4 with height is huge. It's like he loved Concan and him. The new Concan and him also work great together.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else more to say? I mean, Zetacron's just a classic hero. I'm glad he's coming back at a really, really reduced price option. And I said this before, if Renegade wanted to, they could have charged more for him.
$20 unpainted. I always try to get at least one pre-painted of all the new stuff just for collection's sake. I might have to buy a bonus Zetacron just because I want to paint up an alternate color scheme for him.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's great
paint
to
like
see
a
him revised.
BT from Titanfall.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, so that's taking a look at him and his lore. All right, now let's move on. And
Zeta, love that figure.
And Johnny, it's here. Hello, Johnny Lamb there in the chat saying, "Wish the artist credits were on the credit." It might be on the box.
Yep. It might be. Actually, I don't think it is, annoyingly enough. And then I agree with Johnny here, because one of my favorite games that Renegade produces that isn't Heroscape is Veil of Eternity. It's a drafting card game engine builder with monsters from across all sorts of mythology and folklore. So kind of like Heroscape in that regard. But the thing that I really like about that game, beyond just the fact that it's fun, is it has 4 or 5 different elements of creatures. Each element is done by a different artist, and they are directly credited on the cards too. And it's just such a cool way to integrate different artists and their styles into a game by having them different along the cards color lines. So definitely wish we would have some credits for Heroscape more than just what you might find in a rule book or in the Tome of Annihilation or what have you.
Yeah, no, it was good to get specific shout outs. All right, guys, we're down to our second to last one, so almost 4 hours into the stream. We're
for Central, 1 a.m. for you.
1 a.m. for me. Yeah. Well, hey, I said we're gonna
no
do this
sleep
to
till
the bitter
Bleakwood.
End. Yep. So let's get to it then. Okay, Knights of Weston. Oh, it's just so good just to see these being able to be
Boys are back in town.
Yeah, my goodness. To I don't know. It's just out of everything. This is the best decision that Renegade has made to re-release these things, to make them contemporary.
A great squad to launch remasters with, for sure.
Let's see here. Johnny's saying, "We'll love it on the basic side. Wouldn't it detract from the front of the card? Be great. It'd be great not. Yeah. It'd be great now.
Because you'll see on the basic card for the remastered." The classic card, it actually says remastered on it. So you could definitely kind of include it in a space like that.
Yeah. All right, Knights of Weston. Let's start reading the lore. Okay, a decade of warfare has hardened the Knights of Weston. These elite knights have been Jandar's front lines since the early days of the Battle of All Time. from holding the lines in Nastra land against invaders to securing control of Ostrovik with Uller's forces during the Swarm of the Morrow, and now deep into the depths of Valhalla itself, venturing through the dark dungeons of the Citadel. The pride of Jandar's army, the Knights of Weston, have even garnered the respect of Einar's court and other adversaries. With the clattering of plate mail as their herald, the arrival of Weston's veterans shatters the enemy. Those foolish enough to remain are met with expertly crafted steel and swordsmanship. Those who can withstand these mighty attacks find that even the strongest blows dealt to one of these walking masterworks of metal are often deflected off the helmets and battered aside by shields. To fell one of these knights is an accomplishment of its own, though few who manage to do so live to tell the tale. The knights who remain are unparalleled in Valhalla, although they grow fewer in number every year. Well, until the Heroscape community starts buying them up, then they'll start replenishing. Even so, they remain legendary allies, and to see the shields and banners of Weston coming to reinforce your battle is to know that Jandar's victory is at hand. So now that's the most actually. It's just like just a cursory explanation. There's no story. It's just an overview of them. It's a little bit of story.
Yeah, I mean, these guys will mess you up. They're Jandar's most elite common squad, and I think 80-point price, that they've gone up 10 points since Classic, shows just how elite they are. This is probably the strongest and the most expensive common squad you'll really be running in Contemporary, or one of the most expensive ones you'll be running.
Yeah, it's they're well worth it though, because they got the bonding, they just got a lot of things going for them.
Yeah, they've got bonding and good stats, except for the move, which Gilbert helps make up for.
Right.
And Coward's Reward ensures that very few people are leaving engagement with you as well.
You gotta really think twice with it. But let's just take a look at the card real quick. Knights of Weston, Human, Common Squad, Knight, Valiant, Medium 5, Life of 1, Move of 4, Range of 1, Attack of 3, Defense of 4, 80 points. And again, with Sir Gilbert, gives you that buff. They have Human Champion Bonding. Before taking a turn with Knights of Weston, you may first take a turn with a Human Champion you control, and that's important. A Coward's Reward. Knights of Weston roll 1 additional die when making a leaving engagement attack, so that's important too. So for your particular orcs or gruts or whatever who thrive off of trying to disengage or just disengage.
Well, they have disengage built in, so they don't even take leaving engagement attacks.
Oh yeah, it's true. But for those who don't,
any other squad that can get into melee, they're not really leaving that melee until one of the two is dead.
Yeah. Disengage, even when debating whether or not you're going to take a disengage or not, you tend to try and risk it, but you got to really think twice against.
Yeah, even especially for a hero where it's I know I can leave this engagement and take 1 or 2 damage depending on how many I'm engaged with. But if you're engaged with 1 or 2 of these guys, it becomes then the math of 2 to 4 damage that you could theoretically take, and that makes it a lot less appealing. And then Human Champion Bonding, there's a pretty good pool of Human Champions now, because we got Jean in the launch of Citadel, and then we're getting Alastair and Sir Gilbert here in the remasters. So that's 3 right there, and then there's of course a huge swath of Human Champions in Classic as well. But just Gilbert and Jean, with a couple of 2 to 3 squads of knights, even if it's not a full army, that's pretty good. It's a solid cohesive army.
Yeah, and really 3 to 4 is really all you need for these guys to be really.
Yeah. I think 4 of them with Gilbert, and then whatever you can fit in 30 points is probably going to be the strongest 500-point use of them. But I do really want to see, especially if you're Tripleton locked, where you can only have 3 of the same card, them with Jean, Gilbert, and then Zetacron, I think would be a fun thematic Jandar army.
And really 3 squads of them, it's still solid for them. Some with 3 squads probably not as effective, but with them it's still.
I'm also really happy to see them back because, we did just get Jean as another knight hero. And, when she came out, everyone was like, oh, she'll be so cool with Knights of Weston. And then, here we are a few months later, like, hey, here's the Knights of Weston, by the way. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
And so we got Johnny Raven in the chat. Hello. It's the first time I've seen that. I think I've seen you in the chat. It says, Knight of Weston are my favorite unit for sure. Something about just running dudes down with a pack of knights hits. Yeah, it's just so great to see them back in contemporary, ready to go. Yeah. And you're all set with them, really. So, look, we could probably say more, and we probably will, because eventually, like, for the regular podcast, I don't think we've yet covered Knights of Weston in our like squads and units, so it'll be good when we were able to cover them, because they are the staple squad for Heroscape, especially when Jandar is concerned. So we'll definitely explore more of them at that time, and the card as well. But until then, yeah, let's just take a look at Knights of Weston and what they have waiting for us. The points are the same, right? Correct? This is basically
no, it's a 10-point.
They went up 10 points.
Okay, they went up 10
so
points.
They were
so
70 originally, and the MacDirks were 80 originally. So for some reason, MacDirks cost more than them in the original run.
All right. So there's just the slight alteration because of their value. But yeah, let's take a look. Knights of Weston. All right, guys. We have Unmas. And then we're done.
Forever!
Oh yeah, it's great squad of guys to finish too. Yeah, and my brain's like nearly going. So if I was stumbling a little bit through the last one.
At least this one's basically just knights, but a little bit different.
Yeah, just now for something completely different. All right, MacDirk Warriors. It's so good to bring the redheads back. But a lot of times in pop culture where they're actually removing the redheads, at least they're including them back in, the group. So that's cool. The sculpts are fun, like that.
I love
Alastair MacDirk. Yeah.
This is probably one of the best glow ups I've seen in the remastered sculpt. Like these, the bearded guy with the axe, like that looks great. Like I really love that pose. And the guy with like the saber and the hat is also great. And dude with the glaive, dude with the sword and shield, like such cool sculpts. I'm excited for these ones.
It almost feels like these, again, like Alastair MacDirk kind of looks like Mel Gibson. You have actually a couple of these guys that look like characters from Braveheart, actually. If not all four, I can see it. So
I definitely want to mess with painting some of these guys. I need to trace down some of my heritage, but I'd love to paint some of these guys with like the tartans of some of my ancestors.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be. It's great to get yourself personalized with it, especially if that's some of your history and your ancestry. Okay, let's read the lore of MacDirk Warriors. Here we go. Duncan MacDirk. So we're now getting some names for these guys, apparently. Falls heavily behind a pile of boulders, gritting his teeth as he clutches at the fresh burn mark across the soldier where the Geistfire's blast had just grazed him. Moments later, his comrade, Angus, crouches down beside him as an explosion sends sod and pebbles raining down around them. Get yourself a wee paper cut there, Duncan. Will ye be needing a blanket and some more milk, laddie? Angus grins through the trickle of blood dripping down from the gash on his own forehead. Duncan coughs through the smoke and dust and grins back at his companion. You're one to talk, Angus. Did you go bumping your head on the way to breakfast this morning? What's this? Angus points to his head. Ah, that's nothing, lad. Why, I remember that time fighting in Ekstrom alongside those Viking brothers. Finn and had that bloody spear sticking right through his arm. That bloody legend kept swinging that magic sword of his. Took out what must have been 3 whole battalions of orcs on his own. Duncan smiles at the memory. Ha, that nothing. Just the other day I saw that flying bloke with the cape shrug off some bloody acid from one of those great big bug critters. just to save Lane from getting his bleeding head torn off. The two Scotsmen break into rib-splitting round of laughter. Ah, ye lad, I thought Lane was about to get wet himself there and then. Duncan wheezes, clenching his chest. What about that wee French lassie? I swear I saw her walk through a whole pack of vipers without so much as a scratch. I'd have nae thought it was the first time I met her, but I'll fight alongside that lass, do bloody anything now. Angus wipes a tear from his eye as the pair's chuckles fade away. Aye, Duncan, I needed that. Now, what say we show these bony critters what it means to take on a warrior of the Clan MacDirk, eh? For Clan MacDirk, for Jandar, Scotland forever. Aye. Exactly.
Guys hanging out being dudes on the battlefield. I do love the banter.
Dudes.
It reminds me of the Eisen Expedition bio, where it's similarly the Eisen Expedition is fighting off a bunch of Reavers and kind of joking back and forth. But where the Eisen Expedition has like no wounds. No, these poor MacDirks have been through the ringer already.
Well, I mean, you're not a true Scotsman if you don't take a wound, if you don't take a hit, and bleed a little bit. Like I might have like a little bit of that heritage myself, so like it's a little bit weaker, but yeah, hence why I can do the accent a little bit, although probably not perfectly.
That was pretty good now.
But yeah, no, it's again, I'm so happy to see this, and I know these were written long before I did my fun rant when it came to
this is definitely. I was thinking the same thing. Like this is a very fun bit of banter between the warriors of Earth.
Bring the fun. This is what really molds a story. You need your stakes, but you also need your fun. And do we know? Okay, I guess I need to ask this question: who wrote the Carr and Sylvaris bit from the scenario?
Oh, that one. That was my scenario.
There you go. Okay,
I was very shamelessly making a Lord of the Rings reference, though. It was not some like high difficulty writing. That was. I mean, I can make a reference here, but I wanted to have some rivalry between Carr and Sylvaris because they're both from Rise of the Valkyrie, and I enjoy those figures both. So it was fun to have the banter between them.
Mm-hmm. And so you heard my like fun rant, right? When I was talking about that.
Yeah, no, and then seeing as you were reading through this one, I think this is one of Raven's bios. I think she did a great job of keeping a lot of the fun banter and energy. Especially for like the MacDirks also is just it's angry Scotsman, like that is a kind of a tried and true comedic trope, and I don't think it's done in a disrespectful or caricaturistic way. Like it is just fun, but it does tap into kind of some of those like those tropes you might expect, and kind of using that as a grounding for just this is just a bunch of guys from Earth who are fighting horrors beyond their comprehension with nothing but an axe and a smile.
And that's all you need. I think I kind of rushed through it a little bit, but really you just start the bagpipe music playing and then just have a little have some just fun pauses with it. And
there's a long known type of gamer at Gen Con who will be like wearing a kilt, and usually it's like the old guard, like people who played old war games, and they can usually be kind of actually like really mean people. But I do hope we see people showing up in kilts here for Heroscape as MacDirk players, just kind of like the orc players of 40k, like just here for a good time and to laugh. I would love to see people bringing the Scottish flag and wearing kilts specifically as they run MacDirk Warriors or their chosen Highland chieftain, to try to just get as many wounds on the chieftain as possible and roll crazy attack values in such a feast or famine army.
That would be fun. And then any change to the cards, like or there's the point value set changed?
There's two changes. One is wording wise. Highland Fury got an errata a few months ago before the remaster.
Okay.
Changing it, basically used to, they just said you chose a champion, and then when that chosen champion took wounds and stuff, now it's you choose a champion and that champion becomes the chieftain. They just changed the wording so it's a little clearer for players to read instead of seeing champion. It's you choose a champion to be the chieftain, and for each wound on the chieftain they increase their attack by 1, and they can't attack their chieftain. So functionally the exact same as classic. And then the other thing is they went down 15 points because they used to be 80.
Nice. Well,
and now at 65 points, you can run 6 squads of them and Alastair together. Like, that is a full 500-point army right there. Now, you would probably want a second bonding hero. So I think 5 MacDirks with Alastair and maybe Jean is probably a stronger army. Plus, I think that gives you room for Deflectatron.
Yeah.
But, like, there is... like, I think they're actually going to be competitively viable because... even though they're only 2 attack, 2 defense, plus whatever they can get from the Highland Fury attack bonus, they're good numbers. Like, you can get a lot of them out. I think they're the cheapest 4-man squad in Contemporary. They're tied with Gallery, but they get bonding.
Right.
So, like,
that's gonna be fun to see the matchups.
It's good value.
Yeah.
It's good value. I think they're gonna do well. If you're gonna run them, with Alastair as Jean, choose Alastair as your chieftain. Have him overextend once or twice, and then keep him in the back, and now your MacDirks are all punching for 3, 4, 5. You can definitely make them work. You just got to really be careful not to get the chieftain assassinated, and that's the
2 wounded
age-old trouble of them as a build. Like, that's what they've always struggled with.
But
now they're 15 points cheaper.
It's more like a king build then, in a sense, where your chieftain
build
is
that
king.
When your king dies, like your attack value goes way down to 2, because 2 attack is not great. So I think they'll be a fun puzzle, and I'm excited to see them played.
Yeah, no, they'll definitely be fun. And just to read the card for those on Spotify or via the audio podcast sphere. So you got MacDirk Warriors, Human, Common Squad, Warrior Wild, Medium 5, Life of 1, Move of 5, Range of 1, Attack of 2, Defense of 2 for 65 points. Again, that's altered. And then Highland Fury is at the start of the game, choose a human champion you control to be the chieftain. Again, that's the change of wording for all MacDirk Warriors you control. While the chieftain is on the battlefield, MacDirk Warriors you control increase their attack value by 1 for each wound their chieftain has. MacDirk Warriors cannot attack their chieftain. So and this plays into Alastair MacDirk because he's purposely wounding himself to get stronger, and then so every room on him they increase their strength, and so that's the gamble. You got to keep Alastair alive long enough to buff these gentlemen's attacks to just slaughter down your enemy. So
I could see even running like 2 squads of them with Alastair. That's 240 points, I think. You still have plenty of points, to fill out the rest of your army.
Sure.
As just like a melee vanguard there to try to crack through some heavy shells.
Like it's a
the
good
second
pod
your
too.
chieftain dies, it's a bad time when your chieftain dies. Like you
sure.
are now 5 move 2/2s. Like you are a well below average squad at that stage. So they really run a knife's edge because they can get crazy attack. If you've got 5 wounds on Alastair, there's 7 attack squads. Like that's insane.
Yep. Well,
but not easy to do.
No, and I'd say for like even pods, for like pod drafting, they would be fun with Alastair MacDirk. And then they got human champion bonding at the end. So before taking a turn with MacDirk Warriors, you may take a turn with a human champion you control. So there you go. Alastair.
John, Alastair, and Gilbert are your 3 options in Contemporary.
And there you go. It's just easy to move things about with the bonding. That I think the human if they didn't have the human champion bonding, I think they would be less. But with that, it just it excels them into like a high ranking standard. So yeah, there you go, guys.
I mean, they're historically, I think, like a C+ to a B-, just because the challenge is the second your chieftain dies, like it's just you're not having a good time after that. And Alastair with only 3 defense is gonna die. So like I think they're probably best run with Gilbert because he also gives them an attack aura. But I'm really curious to run them, especially with Alastair and Jean. See if you can get Jean killed early enough to then use her faithful spirit to protect Alastair more.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's taking a look at MacDirk Warriors. It's just so great to see these classic options coming back for us in the contemporary setting.
Yep.
So guys, That's it. That's all of
Nightmare's over.
Nastra's Nightmare.
Nastra's Nightmare is over.
Just a little over 4 hours. I think we did pretty good run for tonight. You know, I'll get like a few hours of sleep at least.
Yeah, I'm realizing. Yeah, tomorrow I got like an hour commute because they're making me go to the other campus at the university I work at for an orientation. So I'm like, okay, it's time to go to sleep now.
Yeah. Okay. So it's time to wrap up. So before we do wrap, any closing comments, Daniel? Anything?
Not a whole lot. I mean, this whole wave of bios. You know, I got to do a couple of them. I know Jeremy got to do. I think Jeremy, you did the students one, right?
Yeah, I did students.
So
like this whole wave of bios was, I think, a lot of fun, and I'm really happy with the quality the team put out. I think there's a good wide variety across the different things, and I'm really grateful for the team I get to work with on these. Again, seeing 7 out of 12 cards be from Earth is just really cool. Like, I'm glad that we're getting a lot of Earth back into the game. And yeah, you know, just overall, I'm excited. Also, yeah, everyone, all fans of the game, definitely look through the bios because there seems to be several open-ended teases to things that don't exist yet. So there's at least one here in the MacDirks. There's a few across other things that's like, I'm not sure what that's talking about. Like, that's not something that sounds like anything that's out yet. And there's also fun references to Classic as well. Like you saw in the MacDirk bio, they talked about Finn fighting and getting stabbed, and you know, we have Sir Denric mentioned in the Knight's bio, or in Gilbert's bio. So it's a fun set of bios. I'm really enjoying kind of the cadence that I think the team is getting into narratively here, and yeah, I'm just excited to continue through Citadel. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff on the horizon. We've seen, you know, teases of stuff through images and the trailer and stuff, and like the former master set like marquee art that you know, we've seen on advertisements, but includes like the Green Knight and stuff that hasn't been shown off yet. So it's a great time for Heroscape, and these price reductions. Oh my gosh! Like, thank you, Lee and company, for making the game much more affordable, because I love this game, but it's tough getting people into it with the costs. So seeing it go down to 35 for 2 unpainted squads is huge. So shout out to the team working on this. Like, it's good stuff, and everyone who's been working on, you know, the development and the physical production and the story. Like, it's a bunch of passionate people here, and just really thankful that everyone is giving it their all to make this game that we all grew up with and love a reality for the modern day, and that now new generations and kids like your son, even, that you showed off unboxing the Kraken and stuff. Like, it brings me a lot of joy seeing kids today getting to play with the game that inspired me as a kid, and it's so nice seeing that paid forward.
He's painting the Kraken tentacles blue, by the way.
Ooh,
so
okay, good.
Nice.
Interesting thoughts, because I told him, like, you can do whatever you think you want to do with them. That's what he
make
decided,
it blue.
So, yeah.
Should paint it like the Seattle Kraken, the baseball team, or is that the hockey team? I have to go back, but I think it's the hockey team. That'd be fun.
All right, well, thank you, sir. And Jeremy, anything else you want to add on before we close?
I'm just really excited to kind of see everything out. Of course, you know, been able to work on this and had this in, what was it, planning stages. And the thing is, so Secrets of the Citadel, anything that's coming out for this particular story era, when I joined the team, this was all writing and pictures and, you know, conceptual stuff. So now we're finally seeing art. We're seeing, you know, the minis are out. You know, we're finally getting to announce this kind of stuff. And so, you know, years of working on this and finally seeing out there and seeing people's reactions, it's really cool. I'm excited to finally be able to see what people are going to do with these characters that we've been working on. You know, this is all, you know, Renegade team work, right? Like, Age of Annihilation was cool, but most of that was already pre-released. A lot of people kind of already knew what was coming out with that and what to expect because of from the original Vanguard edition. You know, Secrets of the Citadel, all the stuff coming out here, this is fresh. You know,
I think maybe 2 units are concept art from like the HasLab, but that's it. Like, all the design and stuff. Like, this is Dylan and Alex and Rowan had a hand in it, a chunk of this too. Like, it's great seeing, you know, their vision kind of come to reality.
Exactly. It's super cool. Just, you know, seeing it from concept to finished product and watching the journey. and watching all the steps get there. One thing I do want to mention, we're bringing back wave names. That was the one thing a lot of people were saying. They're like, what about all the naming, the conventions? Because we had Boiling Tension, we had Gathering Storm, but it wasn't
those were multiple
like
waves.
it was a classic. But one thing I wanted to mention is it's important, pay attention to these names, because we have Secrets of the Citadel, and now we have Nostra's Nightmare. A lot of people have been asking, who's Nastra, what is Nastra, that kind of stuff.
Nostra's best friends of Orm, and
yeah, just
and,
make sure
what,
you keep
Maladon
an eye on that kind of stuff. Yeah,
For sure.
it's definitely going to play some important aspect into things as we go on with the ongoing reveal of what exactly are the secrets of the Citadel and what to expect when that comes out.
Yeah, what the Aralar were.
Yeah, yep. It's gonna be cool. I think a lot of people are gonna be excited for what this year and what the oncoming releases are gonna be revealing in the ongoing storyline. And just being able to work on this kind of stuff and get this all laid out, the foundational aspects of it, and then putting it out there and seeing what the artists and seeing what the writers can do with it. It's been really cool. Yeah, just really excited about that. And huge shout out to the dev team for giving me an opportunity to kind of dig into my host culture.
And shout out to you for being the kind of the cultural consultant for that. Like, I think you did great work, and I love seeing how your research kind of translated into this new era of a historical unit. Like, thank you for the work you did on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
I was just really excited to be able to talk about stuff that it's obscure. It's kind of history. We have thousands of years of history, and there's a lot of records out there. There's a lot of mistranslations. There's a lot of documentation out there, but people don't get a chance to really see these things and learn about them. And that was one thing you mentioned about how a lot of people, when they're playing Heroscape, they learn about history. That was one thing I took into consideration, because that's kind of how it happened to me. Like, I didn't know the Roman Legion disappeared in Spain, during that time, that they actually referenced that in the bio. And I was like, oh man, that's actually really cool. So that was one thing I wanted to do when I was asked to consult for the Kalari Payatt, was give people a chance to kind of check it out and do the research and learn about these things. And like, oh, this was something that actually happens. Like, yeah, definitely. This is a part of our history, and give them that window to something they may have never seen before.
Yeah, it's such a cool way to carry on the torch of classic, and I think in a way that definitely is a little more thoughtful too than just the kind of historical fantasy vibe of the Vikings and stuff. Like, there's a little more, I think, intention put into the accurate representation, and also kind of making it a little less Japan plus Europe focused.
Yeah.
Because it really was just, it's Europe going to Jandar and some Einar, and then Japan goes to Einar, and that was
right.
That was pretty much it. So it's nice seeing that humanity's history is being explored in more avenues than just
we got 7
this
continents.
Is the good guy, and this is the samurai guy. Like, it's we see the students here and their kind of awareness and their meditation helping Ular kind of recover from his poison. I like how that bio then kind of uses just kind of some of the real philosophies and practices of the time to help out our characters in present as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice how it's integrated in the story. And I do thank you two and the rest of the team too. It seems like every RenegadeCon, the batting average gets better.
I was surprised like how well the reception was this last one. Like, it did great, and I'm really happy the team knocked it out of the park with the reveals and the remasters and stuff. Like, I've seen very few negative comments, and that's just such a nice breath of fresh air after some of the bumpier ones we've had in the past.
Yes. Well, as long as learn from mistakes and just keep on doing what works best. And I thank you guys as well for joining me tonight. I know it was
thanks for hosting and going through it. Like, it means a lot to have people actually read it and react to the narratives that we get to work on. So it's
definitely.
I love watching like the content you put out, even like whenever I'm not present, kind of going through, because I love hearing people talk about and kind of witnessing the story that we all kind of love and are kind of all here for.
Filmmaker, storyteller, what else can I say? You know, I love this stuff, and especially since I started creating my own scenarios in like an apartment me and Jason shared on with his Heroscape stuff so long ago. This is a precursor to ToV, and yeah, just it's amazing where it's all led. So looking forward to more. And
it was a great first era with AOA. Definitely some bumps, but here's to an even better era with Citadel, and I can't wait for all the new stuff.
Yeah, we'll see where the story progresses. And thank all of you out there for watching, whether it's via YouTube, live, or on the replay. For those of you listening on Spotify, whenever I get this set up and out, because it might take a little bit of editing. But I hope you all enjoy it, get to know more in depth for these. And again, this was just going through a dozen units. Can you imagine what's going to happen next? But you know, more work and fun for us. And again,
at least this wasn't a remaster on top of like the Gathering Storm, Boilington, or the Gathering Storm, Thorm and Thunder wave of like 15 cards, and then just slapping remaster on top of that would be a mess.
I do thank everybody who hopped in the chat, even new names that I haven't even seen before. I appreciate the super chats from Warpig and from Soloscaper. I appreciate you guys if you're watching this on replay afterward. And thank you everybody for, hey, and Mystery Meats still there in the chat. Bless you, sir. And for all those of you who are supporting the channel one way or another, even if it's a comment or a sub, it means everything, especially with the sub drive we're doing now. And the additional subs just in the past weeks, just amazing. So keep at it. We're still going to keep on going. Thank you. We'll talk to you later. Oh, and this Sunday, I'm most likely not going to be streaming, so I'll be seeing you next Wednesday.
You got to catch up on sleep from tonight.
I got to catch up on everything. You have a purpose in your life. Find it, pursue it, live it, and we'll see all of you next time. Bye now.